right. The stream should be starting here shortly. Welcome, everyone. Once we make sure we have all our technical things under control here, we will go ahead and begin. Please just give us a moment. How's everyone doing this morning? And I had a little hiccup there. Sorry. Sorry, a little technical difficulty going on here. It's fixed. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Green Party of Florida's annual monthly meeting. It is 10:17 a.m. and we'll go ahead and get started here. Our theme this year is the Great Florida Reboot. AMM is a meeting we have every single year to let all Greens get together and discuss how the year has gone and what we should expect for the coming year. We also handle all of our business on our second day, which will be Sunday tomorrow. And so we're very excited to have you all with us, and we'd like to thank you for joining us, including our special guest, and this will be joining us a little bit later. What is the Florida 2020 reboot? Well, for starters, 2022, the next election cycle is going to be one of the biggest electoral years in Florida in 20 years. Every 2 years, as you probably know, we elect or re-elect all of our members of our state House of Representatives. Generally speaking, our senators serve for 6 years, but because redistricting this time around, all of our senators will also have to run to gain or hold their seats. And this year that happens to coincide with the election of the executive branch, the governor and all of his cabinet. So what that means is the 2022 election will be a complete reboot. Every single member of the state government on the executive and legislative branch will be up for re-election, and this could be a great chance to effect change here in the state of Florida. But that's not all the reboot means. In the big picture, last year our theme was organizing in the age of COVID. We are now living in an age of receding COVID, and people are starting to return back to something appearing to be normal life. But returning back to the way things were is not going to be good enough. We're going to need to recognize all the problems that COVID laid bare and to address them directly. Big picture, we look at the fact that capitalism is a rigged game and it's designed to keep progressive ideas off the table. So to avoid catastrophic failure, we must not just recover, but we must reboot a new paradigm for sustainability. Today, we will be doing presentations. We have the day broken up into 2 parts. Part 1 is going to be the legislative landscape. We recently wrapped up the year in the legislative session, and when all the Florida representatives come together and make our budget and make all the laws for the year. As Greens, as people who are engaged in the process, it's important that we understand what's being done in our name and with our dollars. So we have several guests in the room who will help us understand what has gone on and what to expect in the coming years. The second part will be the reboot for people and planet, and this is our discussion on what we will be doing to move forward in the environment that we're in right now. So we're very excited to begin the process. I'd like to thank you all for joining us, and we will begin with Phil Moore. Phil Moore is going to give us a legislative wrap-up. He is a great friend of the Green Party that we've not convinced him to join quite yet, and this, I believe, will be his 3rd year in a row delivering the legislative wrap-up for us. I am sorry I don't have your full bio in front of me right now, Phil. Our member who's going to help with that had an emergency and could not make it, so if you want to give yourself a little background when you begin, please feel free. You have the floor, sir. We can.
responsible the businesses that forced them to work and called them essential workers during that time period. And now that the employees, us, the people who had to do the work, the middleman, the working class citizen, basically had no. And it litigates a much higher bar on making sure that trying to find that correlation between the fact that they overwork them and the fact that people are doing that time. You see that right now, even in that, even in the latest news, as of yesterday, the governor is trying to attempt to force the cruise line industry to take unvaccinated passengers. When the CDC just recently said that certain ports can open up the cruise line industry as their major income source, and especially in the state of Florida. And I live in Brevard County. We're looking at opening up Port Canaveral again. But the cruise line said that we're going to follow the CDC guidelines and we're going to make sure that our passengers are vaccinated. That's going to be part of the protocol. Well, the governor's coming out and saying that he's against that. So we have to see what we can do there. Another aspect that I wanted to briefly touch upon, and I'm watching the clock, is education. And there's a lot of other things that we can talk about, but I wanted to briefly talk about HB 745, expansion of defunding public schools. That has been a common theme year after year to year. The Republican legislature has been defunding public education from the moment they've been office, probably since Jeb Bush has been in office. And opening up the voucher program this year to families making $100,000 per year, which is just another way of saying it's to anybody. Now, the voucher program is specific. It's to be specific to people that have children with special needs or families that were in low income abilities or special things like if they were being bullied or anything like that. We had to have a special. Now they're just really opening it up and opening the floodgate to say we're really looking at funding public schools and being possible. SB 84 changes the makeup for all public employees' retirement benefits from a pension program to a 401k. That is huge. That basically changes Florida's retirement program in essence, in its foundation. And that's huge. And it's probably one that's on the radar. Unless you're a teacher, unless you're a union worker, you probably didn't recognize that was a bill that passed this year. HB 529 mandates moments of silence, essentially having prayers in public schools. That was one that was actually sponsored by my. So one that I was watching diligently. And then another thing that kind of falls in line with education, but there was these parental rights bills that were going through that gives the parents the ability to opt out of any educational material that they agree with, whether that be sex ed, whether that be any type of theory, the theory of how we got here, or creationism. They can opt out of those classes if they want to withdraw on that. Restrictions on education on HIV and AIDS, but some other things are actually mandated. Mandates the Holiday Medical Education. So really all over the place is what they're trying to force. And they're trying to see that people like the Democrats start indoctrinating our children. If you look at how they're really structuring the bills here, it's really the opposite. I'm going to move on quickly to the budget and taxes. And this is the aspect that I was really watching this legislative session, because I thought, given how much money we put in the loss from COVID, that this would be a big year for where the budget's going to go, the state budget. And so we saw some preemption laws like we have in the past. And there was one on saying on how local governments can actually spend tax dollars and how they are now limited. They actually now have a maximum that they can tax. SB 50 is that sales tax bill that I started to talk about. It's a big bill, actually. It now adds a sales tax of 6% to all online sales starting July 1st. This bill
I come from the business world, and I got to say that, and we a lot of our business is shipping online. Okay, and customers have to pay shipping on the products that they buy, right? So that's an added cost. Um, the fact that you could ship to another state and not have to and not have to charge sales tax, okay, that was an incentive for customers from other states, and it helped us to be competitive, in the business world. Now, I know this is taking place all around the country. They're just, in my opinion, they're just finding more ways to grab money, But so this is what's happening, and it's going to hurt the smaller online businesses. I don't, because it's going to make them less competitive, because not only are people going to have to pay shipping, but they're also going to have to pay sales tax. Just
Great point, Steve. I will point out this bill was very unpopular from the start. Even libertarians are not for any type of taxes. And that party was against this bill from the very beginning. They saw it as an added tax. And even though Republicans try to paint it as, well, it should already be in place kind of thing. We were indifferent as a Democratic Party about it at first. We were okay as long as the money went to the right things, because we knew we needed to make sure that we're funding our unemployment system. We wanted the money to go to unemployment benefits, is where we wanted to see the money go. We thought that would be a great avenue. Once it changed track with the amendment, we were completely against it. But it was just a way, like you said, for them to grab money and put it towards the projects that they want to.
right.
So yeah, very good point.
So I guess companies like Amazon, they're so huge. I don't think that they care too much about that.
So
But it's going to
nominal
hurt
for them.
It's going to hurt the little guys.
So nominal for them. I did point out that it doesn't affect anybody who has sales of under $100,000.
That's nobody.
Right. But then you have those middle people who are trying to run their business, and they're not the Amazons who can just wave at this, sloth their nose at this kind of thing. But the other ones who will be hurt by it. Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
I see a Sadowski issue. I have a question. Robin Harris, please.
Yes. Hi. Thank you, Phil, for your presentation. So I just wanted to be sure that I understood you correctly. You said that, and I forgot I did take a screenshot, but this particular bill, it sanctioned that they take funds from the already graded Sadowski fund to fund some type of water project. I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Absolutely, 100%. 1/3. They're allowed to take 1/3 of the fund and put it into another trust, a newly made fund for sustainability and clean water, which sounded real good. We want to make they finally came around to even using the word sustainability. The Republicans, they wouldn't even come up using the word climate change and things like that. Now they're finally coming around to say, okay, we recognize that there are areas in the state of Florida, like South Florida, which are really incurring sea level rise. We need to do something about it, especially for our businesses. And I think there was another reason that there was a big push towards this bill this year is the insurance industries were really putting pressure on them to say, you know what, we recognize that in 10, 20 years, we are not going to be able to insure these areas. Insurance rates are going to go skyrocketing in these areas. And so we need to figure out how we're going to push that onto the taxpayers. And so we need to make sure that we get that down. And so they in that bill, yes, and that was one of the reasons I was against it. And I fought my own party against it because I'm for the environment. I've been an environmentalist my entire life. But I'm like, it shouldn't be coming from the Sadowski Trust Fund, which has never been really fully funded in the first place. But that it allows 1/3 of it, not fully rated, but 1/3 of it can come into funding that project. And the way they kind of work that, which I can see, but there are brown zones too that might be able to benefit from this. And we know that brown zones mostly affect people in low-income areas that do need to have their areas cleaned up. So if I do see that money being used for that, I can agree with that. but I'm not sure yet. I think the money is going to go towards the richest areas, the people that have the apartments and the condos and the houses along the beach in South Florida, and they're the ones who are going to see the fun. That's just my pessimistic self and how we work here in Florida.
No, thank you. And what was the number of that bill?
I'd have, let me see if I can pull up my slideshow again. I think I closed it so that I could share a screen. I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you. That's fine.
I'd be happy to. I'd be happy to talk about it. And it's amazing little factoid. You know, I didn't know this, but the Republican, and I laugh at that because I didn't know. Preemption is basically saying that local governments have the right to rule themselves based on the charters and the votes that they get and how the people want to set forth their own municipal laws. Preemption states that a higher government gets to override what the local government said to do. And that is what's going to be the law, is whatever the overriding bigger government says to do, which is a fun little thing. Like I mentioned, the fun factoid is that I didn't even know is that the Republican Party considered them the party of small government. And that has not been the case in the state of Florida. The Republican Party has been in charge where they have had the overriding majority for almost or a little over 20 years. And during those 20 years, they have shifted their tactic in the state of Florida to where they have written more preemptive laws, which basically says Tallahassee gets to say what the rest of the state does. Whatever municipality, whatever other area, you have to listen to the law, what Tallahassee says. And smaller government coming from your local municipality, your county, or even in this legislative session, even your port authority is a local, in some places locally elected, and has the right to say what happens in their local area, got overridden or is attempted to be overridden. And one of the bills that didn't make it through was one that said the state of Florida was going to be in charge of all ports, and no port could say what cruise line comes in or how you handle your own waterways, which was amazingly egregious. If you watch that bill move through, it actually tied itself down finally to actually only one municipality, Key West. They were only worried about what happened with Key West because Key West has municipal laws that said they don't want bigger cruise lines coming in and killing their coral reefs. And they were worried about their environment. And what started out as a huge preemption bill ended up being filed and broken down just to one preemptive area into Key West. So we're seeing this really egregious preemption laws moving through the state where they have all the power, so that they want to have all the control. And that's what preemption basically is. And we're seeing that more and more. I do want to follow through with that question in the chat because I saw Lizzie added, can I discuss the resolution increasing? Oh, wow. Yes, this has been another big thing, Lizzie, great question. So in the state of Florida, we have in our Constitution is unique. Our Constitution gives us, the people, the ability to rewrite our Constitution as we see fit. If our legislators are not doing the job we want them to, then we can put on a ballot so that we can have it put to the vote by the people if we want to make a change that they're not following a change. And that goes to our Constitution, which cannot be changed very easily by our legislature. Every year, the legislative session, they're trying to actually pull back our control, our voters' control. And they try to put it forth again this year where they try to change it from 60% to 66% and changing the requirements to make it a constitutional amendment. They did make some changes to where it is harder for us to get the ballots or the petitions we need to be on the ballot. There's a lot of hurdles that they've been putting in place year after year to make it harder for us to make a grassroots effort to be able to get a petition, something on the ballot so that the voters can vote on. All we're saying is we just want the voters to be able to vote on it. It should be our right to be able to do that, but they're making it so that it can't be funded. It has to come from specific or different areas of the state. They're making it so much harder to make this happen because they see that as a direct contraband to their being able to write the rules and laws that they see fit. And there's a whole discussion on the history of that, on how our government should have been formed and if it was meant to be like that in the first place. But great questions, Lizzie. I'm sorry I didn't bring that into my slideshow presentation. I could have, but there's a lot on that issue too. Another question by Stephen, please, and thank you.
Well, these are questions and comments. Perhaps, this is just a comment, perhaps we should create a constitutional amendment saying that the state legislature can't mess with our constitutional amendments.
Yeah,
That's just
very
a
true.
thought. But you
I
know,
think that would pass.
I've only been here 7 years, but I've seen them water down just about everything that was passed, like the marijuana. They made that more difficult, you know. Anyway,
Everything, even like just last year, we had Amendment 4, which overwhelmingly passed by the voters, that said people who have fulfilled their obligation in their serving their sentences should have the right to vote back. But yet in the legislative session, they run right back up there and said, oh, no, we can't have that. We can't have you guys dictating the rule of law. So we're going to make some changes to that. So they do it every year. Just like I mentioned, the gambling compact. Our state constitution says that any changes to expand gambling in the state of Florida has to go to the voters on the ballot. But yet they went ahead and did it anyways. So filed right away.
Is that being challenged in court?
Yes, it is right away. Right away. I can even pull up. I have the screenshot of the case law that was brought forth right away.
Okay, and then on preemption, you're calling it, right? The irony of that is if they're going to force the local governments to abide by their rules, then they're going to have to abide by the rules that the federal government might pass, like HB 1. If it would pass. So
the sword cuts both ways.
They won't be able to cry too much about that. And lastly, I wanted to mention about several years ago, we passed an amendment 1, which was about I think it was about environmental funding, and the money was to come from the dock stamp, and it passed overwhelmingly. It was a constitutional amendment, passed overwhelmingly. I guess about 5 years ago. Do you recall it?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I helped get the petition signed for that.
Yeah, so and we campaigned here for it. So I'm asking, how does that affect, or does that affect SB 1954 here that you're talking about? Is there any?
No, it doesn't. The unique thing about that bill is Amendment 1 was supposed to start funding money so that we would set up preserved lands in the state of Florida, lands that would be untouched. And that's where that money was supposed to go. So we would start buying that. Well, amazingly enough, right after that, if you remember last legislative session, they went ahead and put through a complete new toll road through the entire state in areas that we had allocated to purchase the land from that amendment. And they went, and that bill, that actually, the law from last year, which set forth that toll road, it was supposed to be a huge toll road, went from Naples all the way through the state of Florida on the west side of Florida, actually came back down this year and got rescinded. So that got repealed this year. And what they're going to do there is just expand the turnpike and expand some other roads, because that bill was supposed to fund like a $10 billion project. And they recognize that after COVID, they don't have the money to fund that project anymore. So they did repeal that bill, but they moved some of those funds. But yeah, the environmental money that is supposed to be used to purchase those lands hasn't been really used. A little bit has been used towards Lake Okeechobee, because they had to buy out some of the land there when they've had those really bad washouts, and they've had all the toxic water flow out. So it has been used towards that. Thank you. MCORS was the name of the other bill. Thank you, Lizzie. And so that's
One
been
more
recent.
thing that I noticed that environmental amendments and other things that come through that involve the environment do seem to pass through kind of Republican and vote and Democrats and Greens and everybody else. It does seem to enjoy a lot of support across the board.
I agree 100%. There are certain bills that they will get behind. There are others like preemption laws, like a few years ago, that just perplexed me when they come up with preemption laws that says we cannot ban, a municipality cannot ban plastic straws, single-use plastic or plastic bags. That shows me that they're really not environmentalists, but they're really looking at the benefit of the corporation, maybe the oil company that makes plastics is the ones that's funding those projects. But certain other ones will get through. They're happy to tout the fact that they're an environmentalist when it benefits them politically, but they want to make sure that they quickly sweep under the rug when they're not voting. And I kind of worry that's not a true environmentalist in my perspective. But there are certain ones, if we call them out on it, on saying this is an environmental issue, they're more apt to try to get behind that, or at least be open to listening to what it is we're looking to try to do.
Thank
I agree.
you.
My pleasure. It's been a pleasure being here. I thank you for inviting me back. I hope I can come back and share some more news next time too. Hopefully some good news.
Well, I'll just kind of wait because I think my portion is at 11:15, and but I am thankful that Phil brought out some of the preemptions. I was actually looking at some things last night, which was very concerning. So, but I'll during my presentation, I am going to talk about a few more in addition to HB1, and kind of hopefully show some of the intersections.
This meeting is being recorded.
Thank you, LeBeau. I am screen sharing, but I'm not sure if that is showing up.
I see it.
Do you see Green Party Florida? Okay, I didn't see that on Facebook. Okay, great. Well, good morning, Florida Greens and friends. This is Lizzie Adams, co-chair of the Green Party of Duval County, coming to you from the territory of the indigenous Timucua peoples. I will quickly be going through a recap of our legislative working group for Green Party of Florida for the 2020-2021 session. And I'm going to use the dog ate my homework excuse, but my dog actually wouldn't stop swimming in the pond this morning. So I didn't go through this as I had planned to, but we'll take a look. So, now it's not forwarding. Sorry, I'm having a bit of technical difficulties here. Of course, it worked earlier. It won't advance to the next slide. So help me out here, LeBeau. You're breaking up. Yeah, I did present from the beginning, but then it wasn't advancing. Would presenter view be better? No. Can you see the whole screen? We are having technical difficulties. Sorry, we are having technical difficulties. I can barely hear you.
Do what you got. Do that one.
Okay, now can you see it advancing the
Yes.
screen? Okay. Thank you. You see our co-chairs?
Oh, yeah, we look good.
I can see them and they do look good.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm
Okay.
sorry I'm so late. I'm here.
Good. Thank you. So we started a year ago. It was really LeBeau's brainchild and working with some great people. Robin came in early and we began this working group, and we're looking into researching different legislation of the past, what bills might have had a lot of support but didn't get through. And so we did this on the Florida House and Florida Senate websites. And it's really something very interesting for citizens to do, is just poke around in here and you can find out a lot of things about a lot of good bills. Our goal with the Green Party is to listen to the voice of the people. And the voice of the people then, as in now, is very strong on social justice. And so being a new working group, we didn't want to bite off more than we could chew. So we found this one statute. It is Florida Statute 683.01, legal holidays. And there are 5 legal holidays which actually have more significance than other holidays or special observances. But these 5 commemorate, celebrate, memorialize supporters of Confederate slavery and our early colonizers that there was a lot of genocide of the indigenous populations and slavery. So these holidays were something that was very clear from the voice of the people that we do not want. It is not good for our tourism, for our businesses, or especially offensive to Floridians across the state. So we looked at this and started thinking about writing a bill that would repair this situation, and came up with the Repair Legal Holidays of Confederates and Colonizers Bill. And we initiated a effort, the Florida Citizens Initiative, so that citizens, regardless of their party affiliation, who, let's face it, this is broadly wanted, as you have seen throughout the state and throughout the country, of taking down of Confederate memorials and statues. And right now we're in Jacksonville here, still working on getting these names off of our high schools and other places. So created this effort so that all would be able to join. And we have had effort from people from different parties and non-affiliated in the effort. So we created a new draft bill for the 2021 Florida legislative session, consulted with historians. Historical research is very important, not only in the bill, but in every aspect that the bill refers to. And we found that our statutes were historically inaccurate. So, so we created this bill, doing a lot of research and consulting with others. And I'm going to jump ahead and show you.
Of Confederates and Colonizers Bill, and it's sponsored by Senator Bobby Powell and Representative Geraldine Thompson, and we have 4 of the co-sponsors for this bill also. The bill is the Repair Legal Holiday.
And that is our incoming co-chair, Eric Moore, presenting at the Duval Legislative Delegate meeting here in November, after we'd done a lot of work. So I'm going to tell you about the work. First of all, after you do the research and writing the bill, then what you need to do is really promote it. So you come up with some talking points. Here we have the repair, rename, replace, refocus, rectify, and redress, which makes it a little bit easier for people to talk about. So it's renaming and refocusing 5 holidays. One aspect of the bill that was important to us because of expected financial budget shortfalls was no fiscal impact. So we had looked at other bills that have tried to remove some of these holidays in the past that did not go through. But we wanted to get the most bang for our buck, and actually did some research as far as what and whom are most affected by that historical inaccuracy, the revisionist history that has been enshrined as white supremacy in our Florida statutes. And so we wanted to create really a reparation for that. So we looked at that, and after much research and discussion, we came up with these changes: birthday of Robert E. Lee to the John Lewis Advanced Voting Rights Day, Pascua Florida Day that actually celebrates genocide, to the Pascua Florida Indigenous Peoples of Florida Day. Confederate Memorial Day would be Slave Ancestors Day. Birthday of Jefferson Davis becomes Juneteenth month Jubilee, and Columbus Day and Farmers Day to Indigenous Peoples Day and Small Farms Day. So this slideshow is available to the public, and we can put that link up for all to see each of these holidays that explains our rationale and our desire to make not just get rid of something negative, but actually make this positive annual change that would be an annual reparation for the harm done for these holidays. And we've gotten a very good response across the board on these because factual commemorations are important to Floridians, to students, businesses, and visitors. So we want to take it down, hashtag take it down in the Florida statutes. Okay. Here is the proposed bill analysis and fiscal impact statement that we created. And again, we had a linguist help us make sure that our language was correct. And then we began, the first thing we began was to get the leadership of those most affected. So we went and sent a lot of letters to the Florida Legislative Black Caucus, to our indigenous tribes, the Miccosukee tribe and the Seminole tribes of Florida, because we feel they should be in the lead on this. And so there was a lot of work done. I know Henry and I sent tons of snail mail out and other greens across the state, and came up with some press release and attended events. Here's a copy of a flyer that we handed out. We were committed to being co-sponsored by the senator and a House representative, and co-sponsored at the appropriate time in the legislative process by 4 other legislators. So we were quite pleased with that, and we went ahead and created an expansive campaign and explain what people can do. We created a website, and Kathy came in and LeBeau to work on this. Robin was out speaking to legislators, and we all were doing that across the state. Very nice website where it would be very easy for the average person in less than a minute to endorse the bill. And then for affiliates and for allies, we went to churches and asked for their support with example letters of how you can support the effort. And business leaders, local reps, community groups, and even more explanation for our affiliates, and got some great endorsements from the Black Caucus and the Latinx Caucus, which I think were the most vital for National Take It Down group. And also reminded the legislators over the holiday season that yes, we're still here, and yes, you need to forward this effort. And it was filed. So this is a historical moment for Greens in Florida that we received back from drafting our bill. And we are grateful for Senator Bobby Powell for doing that. Unfortunately, there was no furthering of the effort. As Phil mentioned, it is a leader-controlled legislature and government that we have here in Florida. So the people's voices are not always being heard. But really spectacular. In fact, our effort spurred all kinds of legislative efforts on these holidays. So a lot of legislators took it upon themselves to take pieces or bits of this and file their own bills. Now, none were as robust as ours, but it received a lot of buzz, and we're very proud of the effort, and we would like to thank all of our Florida Greens and allies for making this difference. We are not through with this effort. Until white supremacy is taken out of our Florida statutes and other public spaces, we won't stop. And we just thank you so much for helping out. Over.
Okay, it's been a week, I'll tell you that. So I want to just thank people who've been working on this, and I know I have not been very responsive. That is because that's a whole other can of worms, but the healthcare system in this country is a tragic mess. And my husband has been hospitalized before, but it's never quite gone as badly as what I've seen since his hospitalization last week. So it's been a nonstop battle, and that's taken a lot of my energy. So that's why I haven't been around as much, which usually, as people here know, I am very hands-on with our annual meetings. So once again, I apologize for not being more hands-on, and thank you for all the work you've done. I want to give a special shout out to Lizzie Adams, who I know has been really tirelessly working to make this meeting happen. Now, do we want to give it a minute for Howie to get here, or do you want me to just keep talking? Ah, looks like Howie is here. And he's coming in on his name. Excellent. I thought that was going to work out. There he is. Yes. Yes. Hi, Howie. Thank you for being here. LeBeau is having technical issues, so I'm going to be helping out on the presentation stuff while he tries to get his sound together. So I wanted to start out just saying a little about SB 90. So because SB 90 is a trend going on with right-wing Republicans all around the nation. As all of us know, this state is run by Ron DeSantis as our governor. Ron DeSantis is basically a Trump clone. So while the rest of the nation, you know, we voted out Trump. I mean, well, I, like many here, voted for Howie Hawkins, but you're saying Trump did not get reelected. But here in Florida, we might as well have not lost the Trump presidency because we still have his clone here in the governor's office. And one of the really bad trends we're seeing is a return to Jim Crow voting laws. The Republicans can't win elections if Black and brown people don't have their voting rights suppressed. And that's what it comes down to. And they know it. And so they're doing what they can, especially in these red states, these southern states, to limit voting rights. So SB 90 does things like very similar to the Georgia law. It makes mail-in voting more restrictive. It makes it harder to use drop boxes, which if people don't know what that is, that's actually how I ended up voting. I didn't trust to put my ballot in the mail, and I was voting for Howie, and I was going to make sure that vote got in. So I went to a drop box, dropped our votes off there. They're going to make those harder and less accessible. They're making it illegal to give water to people waiting on lines. So it's a really terrible trend in this nation. And so I'm going to, give the floor over to Howie. And we're also going to be talking about ranked choice voting, which we know LeBeau is an expert on here because he's leading this effort here. And hopefully LeBeau will get his sound in order. But Howie is also really pushing hard for this because Republicans are leading on voter suppression, but Democrats are right there with them when it comes to limiting voter choice. So without further ado, let me turn the floor over to our 2020 standard bearer for the Green Party's presidential election and the original Green New Dealer, the first man to run on, the first U.S. politician to run on a fully realized Green New Deal all the way back in his governor's run back in 2010. And without further ado, Howie, take it away.
Well, good morning, everybody. Yeah, the right to vote. You'd think that we wouldn't have to be debating that in this day and age. And as Rose points out, the Republicans are trying to suppress it. But the Democrats do too. Party suppression is a form of voter suppression. So maybe you get into the voting booth, but if you can't vote for who you want, do you have your voting rights? I don't think so. Now, right now, there's a For the People Act. Greens have a lot of complaints about the public campaign finance section of it. Within that is a lot of good things that will protect voting rights, and it should pass. But it's not going to pass because the Democrats won't get rid of the filibuster. Schumer says they're going to have a vote on it at the end of June. They're going to have to move fast to get rid of the filibuster because there's no way they're going to get 10 Republicans if they get Manchin and Sinema to vote for cloture so they can actually vote on a bill. So I think we need to talk about, okay, what do the Greens stand for? What would our voting Bill of Rights look like? And it would include a lot of the things in the For the People Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, which would restore Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, the Supreme Court knocked out in 2013, which required jurisdictions with a history of racial discrimination in voting to pre-clear with the Justice Department any changes to voting laws. And that was, very actively used. You think it's just the South, but in New York City, Brooklyn, Bronx, and Manhattan were covered by pre-clearance. And they used to elect community school boards by a proportional representation system using ranked choice voting. They elected 9 members to 32 community school boards. And it was the first time that Dominicans and South Asians and East Asians got any elected offices in New York City. So the state, in its wisdom, wanted to put them on the lever machines and go back to plurality voting. And the Justice Department struck that down in 1998. That's the kind of thing that used to go on. Now, the Democrats won't even bring the John Lewis Voting Rights Act forward now because they think it's got legal jeopardy with the Supreme Court. So they're not even fighting for what's right. They're just like accepting the power structure as it is. It's pretty pathetic. And the fact that they won't get rid of the filibuster means they ain't really that serious about voting rights. So what would we talk about with voting rights? I think all those things in the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, we would support most of them. But you know what's missing? We don't have a constitutional right to vote. Bush v. Gore down there in Florida. What did those conservative justices say? And I'm quoting, "The individual citizen has no federal constitutional right to vote." We need a right to vote amendment to the Constitution. If there was one, it would empower Congress to implement and require the courts to enforce the kind of rights that are in the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Why isn't the right to vote amendment in the For the People Act? There's a lot of things missing as long as that damn bill is. It's 800 or so pages. But then there's the question, okay, we get into the voting booth, but do we have the right to vote for who we want? So that brings up 3 things. First of all, is fair ballot access. In this country, if you want to run for Congress as an independent or the candidate of a new party, it takes thousands or tens of thousands of signatures. I think in Florida, it takes 10,400 signatures. In my state, it takes 3,500. In Illinois, over 15,000. Georgia, over 20,000. Alabama, over 30,000. Indiana, over 40,000. You want to do that in the United Kingdom and run for the House of Commons? 10 signatures. You want to run for Parliament in New Zealand? 2 signatures. House of Representatives in Australia? 50 signatures. Parliament in Canada? 100 signatures. In this country, in most states, it's thousands or tens of thousands of signatures. So what we need to support is a fair ballot access federal standard for federal elections. And John Conyers introduced one in the late 1980s and kept introducing it till 1999, 117th, no, that was the 109th Congress. And then he dropped it. And I think that was part of the backlash after Florida 2000. The Democrats just didn't want to let the Greens on the ballot. So now we're in a situation like New York, where they've tripled the number of votes we need to stay on the ballot, tripled the number of signatures we got to get. We got to get a 45,000 in 5 weeks. Just get on the damn ballot in New York, one of the hardest standards in the country and the world. They've raised the petitioning requirements in Arkansas. They tried to do it in Nevada. And these are the Democrats. So that's one thing we should be for. The right to reasonable ballot access. The Conyers bill was called the Fair Elections Act. You can look it up, and it would require for House races a maximum of 1,000 signatures or 1/10 of 1% of the vote in that district in the last election. That's much lower than what it is in most states today, although it's still higher than most other countries. And then to gain ballot access, it'd be 20,000 votes or 1% of the vote in that state, whichever's less. Again, that's lower than the standard in most states, although it's still, I think, too damn high. In any case, that's one thing, the Fair Elections Act. And then we face today, and it's worse than ever, given that the Republican Party is now not just a conservative party, it's an extremist party of racism, nativism, and irrationalism. COVID, climate, Biden didn't win the election. They got all this conspiracy mongering that they pin on what they call self-serving liberal elites. They're divorced from reality, and they live by white resentment, scapegoating, and they're a real danger. And their commitment to democracy, they've shown they don't have. So in that circumstance, most progressives feel they got to vote for the neoliberal imperialists like Biden to stop even worse Republicans. So it's really hard for us to even get any attention. What we need, and this is where ranked choice voting comes in, we need the ability of people to rank their choices so they can rank the Greens first, rank the Democrats second, and know that it's not going to help some crazy man like Donald Trump. And more than that, we need proportional ranked choice voting. In other words, in legislative bodies, ranked choice voting that creates proportional representation from multi-member districts. And this is crucial. If we get ranked choice voting in single member winner-take-all districts, nothing is going to change. The Australian Greens know this. Their House of Representatives is 151 seats. They got 10.4% of the first choice votes in 2019. They only got one of 151 seats. On the other hand, the Senate in Australia is proportional representation. It's multi-seat ranked choice voting. And the Greens got 9 senators, which is about 12% of the 76. And that's close to the 10.2% they got first choices in those elections. So you see the difference. If we settle for ranked choice voting from single member districts for legislative bodies, we're still going to be marginalized. We'll maybe get a little higher vote in the first round, but in the end, because these districts are mostly majority Democratic or majority Republican, and they can still be gerrymandered, you can't gerrymander multi-member proportional districts. because everybody gets their fair share of representation. But with single districts, you can gerrymander them. So the majority Republican, majority Democrat, and the Greens ain't going to elect but a few people. So that's really key. Now, at the federal level, there's a Fair Representation Act. Donald Byer of Virginia, Jamie Raskin of Maryland, and some others have sponsored this bill. It's only about 7 or 10 sponsors. It's not going anywhere now, but it should be something the Greens fight for. That would get us proportional representation in Congress. And then the fourth thing is the presidential election. You know, I was campaigning on replacing the Electoral College with the ranked choice national popular vote. And I assumed during the campaign that that would take a constitutional amendment to eliminate the Electoral College. But there's an article coming out from Rob Ritchie and some lawyers and colleagues at Fair Vote that'll be in the Harvard Policy and Law Review soon that says there's another way. Under the authority that Congress has, the Elections Clause in Article 2, Sections 1 and 4 in the 12th Amendment, Congress can regulate presidential elections. And this proposal is to regulate the presidential election in a way that the Electoral College has to reflect a ranked choice national popular vote. And it could be enacted by Congress. They have in this article that will be coming out, model legislation. And what it basically says is you have to have a ranked choice national ballot that every state uses. And as part of that is fair ballot access so that, you know, all the legitimate candidates are on it. And then the states take their tabulations, send it to the Federal Election Assistance Commission to tabulate the ranked choice national popular vote. And then the Electoral College from the different states is required to accept that vote. So that is probably the most optimistic thing I've read this month, because I always thought we'd have to get a constitutional amendment, which is a harder row to hoe than just getting something through Congress, which isn't easy given what I described at the top. You know, the Democrats really ain't that serious because they're not going to get rid of the filibuster. And so anyway, you want me to talk about ranked choice voting and our voting rights? That's what I got for you. We need to focus on having the right to vote for who we want once we get in the polling booth, as well as getting in there in the first place.
Bo, can you, thank you, Harry. Okay. Try again, Bo. LeBeau, do me a favor. If you could type that into the chat, I will read it off because your sound issue isn't going away, and so the question is hard to hear. So if you could type it into the chat, then I will ask it of Howie. Give us a moment, Howie.
Well, I heard part of it, and I think that was what are the successes around the country with ranked choice voting?
Okay, he's nodding yes. You're better at this than me. Go for it.
All right. Let me start with this. Back in the progressive era, 24 cities adopted proportional ranked choice voting, proportional representation, in order to break up the old machines, mostly Democratic, some Republican, that were corrupt as hell, right down to, you know, bribes, kickbacks, nepotism, and election fraud to maintain power. And it was successful. It created multi-party democracies. New York City used it for 5 elections from 1935 to 1947. They went from basically a one-party city where 24 or 25 seats on the council were Democratic, the other was Republican, to it was a 50-seat council, had 4 or 5 parties represented, including the American Labor Party, the Fusion Party, the Citizens Union, and the last couple elections, a couple communists, which is why they got rid of it. After World War II, the anti-communist crusade, they used that to get rid of ranked choice voting. In other places, well, New York too, the first Black city council was Adam Clayton Powell Jr., who was elected under that system on the American Labor Party, a third party. And it happened in, cities like Cincinnati, Cleveland, and the civil rights movement was coming up after World War II. So the white backlash organized against proportional representation because Black people were getting elected. So that was the first round. Now, in the 2000s, we started to reintroduce it. In most cases, it's just single seat RCV. So even in legislative bodies, and I described earlier how that's a problem, but not everywhere. First of all, there are now over 50 jurisdictions using it. We went into the fall elections with about 30. 5 cities adopted it. Alaska adopted a form of it. Since that election, Burlington, Vermont, Austin, Texas, and 23 cities and towns in Utah, including Salt Lake City, have adopted it. So now we're over 50. But only about 5 of them are proportional ranked choice voting. And 3 of those were done because of civil rights litigation. Because not only does single member winner take all districts exclude political minorities, it excludes ethnic minorities. So in East Point, Michigan, African Americans were excluded. And they went to proportional RCV as a remedy under the pressure of a civil rights lawsuit. In Palm Desert, California, it was Mexican Americans that were excluded. So they went to RCV as a remedy. And in Albany, California, Asian Americans were excluded, and they went to proportional RCV to include Asians. So it's a civil rights issue as well. So that's where we are now. Now there are campaigns in almost every state for ranked choice voting, and more local governments are adopting it. Maine and Alaska have it at the state level. Massachusetts referendum lost in 2020, but they're going to come back. So there's a real movement out there. Excuse me. And I think for Greens, it's key because right now, as I described earlier, with an extremist Republican Party, progressives don't even want to hear about voting for a progressive program. They just vote for the Democrats to stop the crazy Republicans. With ranked choice voting, we get rid of that problem. And that opens up the political system to us, and we should be in it because you look at the public opinion polls, where do the people stand? They stand with us on Medicare for all, a Green New Deal, military spending cuts, student debt relief, all these things that the Democrats are not delivering. That's why the Democrats are scared of us, because they know our platform is popular. So I think right now is an important time for us to work on ranked choice voting, and we're winning. It's a reform we can win.
Thank you, Harry. If anyone here has the dial-in information readily available, please send it to LeBeau ASAP. I'm just not in a great position to look it up and find it and get it to him at this moment. But I'm going to read his question of how can we push multi-district membership in the public like we have RCV? And Nick actually asked, what is multi-district membership? Which, if I'm going to be honest, I would like the answer to that too. Me too. Not something I'm familiar with.
Yeah, okay, single member is like your congressional seat. You vote for one, you get one. And if you're in a majority Republican district, you get a Republican. If you're a majority Democratic district, you get a Democrat. In a multi-member district, you might elect, say, 9. Now, the way the formula works out for the winning threshold, it's 10% plus 1 vote. So any political viewpoint that has 10% support gets representation in a 9-member district. So it's a system of proportional representation. I described the community school boards in New York City. Those are 9-member districts. You vote the same way as you do in single-member district ranked choice voting. You just rank your preferences 1, 2, 3. And when they're counted, everybody over the threshold in the first round, their surplus votes are distributed to their second choices. And then, like in a single seat ranked choice vote election, after those surplus votes are distributed, you eliminate the last place candidate, redistribute their votes. That's 1 round. And you keep doing those rounds until, like in a 9-member race, you have 9 candidates who pass the 10% threshold. The formula is just a way of figuring out how to make sure you get no more than the number of seats available, you get people elected to it. So it's the same formula you use in ranked choice voting for a single seat. And that ends up being 50% plus one. In a 3-seat election, it's 25% plus one. In a 9-seat election, 10% plus one. And you can look up the formula, but it's pretty simple.
Thank you, Harry. We have a question from, hold on a moment, Peter. Okay, hold on. Let me Peter Bolton. You mentioned the problem of the filibuster in the Senate blocking progressive legislation. Do you think the Green Party should consider proposing abolishing the Senate altogether?
Yeah, I proposed that. I actually wrote an article that appeared in Roll Call in 2000. Ralph Nader wasn't happy about it because back then the Greens were split. We had the Green Party USA and the Association of State Green Parties. Green Party USA platform called for the abolition of the Senate. And Ralph called me and said, I don't want to get into that. I don't want to talk about the Federalist Papers. That's not my issue. So the first sentence of that article was, Ralph Nader doesn't support it, but the Green Party USA does, and here's why. But anyway, yeah, it should be. The problem is it takes a constitutional amendment. If you read the Constitution, it takes unanimous consent of all the senators to change the way the Senate is elected. So to get rid of that, you'd have to have either an amendment that would have to get through the Senate, which would be hard in order to go to the states, or a constitutional convention. So that's really a difficult thing to change. But yeah, the Senate should be abolished. It's not one person, one vote. It's one state, one vote. And the states vary from Wyoming to California. A small, rural, almost all white state in a big, huge, multicultural state. And they have equal power, which is why the system, like the Electoral College, the US Senate, is biased toward the rural white conservative vote. It distorts our politics.
Okay, I'm going to allow Steve Baker as a direct follow-up to this. So I'm giving the floor to him. Steve?
Thank you, Rose. Hey, Howie. I wanted to say thank you for running the great campaign under duress. And this is just like a kind of a naive question, but we keep hearing all these complaints all over the media about why 10 votes in the Senate are holding up anything that from passing, like the investigation into July or January 6th and all that stuff. So my question is, what is the problem with, or what is the method for getting rid of this filibuster problem? And are you in favor of that?
Yeah, the Democrats having 51 votes, counting Kamala Harris, the vice president, can change the Senate rules. And right now, the filibuster is enforced by what they call cloture. You have to have 60 votes. It's not a percentage, it's 60 raw votes to stop debate and move to a vote on the bill itself. In Robert's rules, it's called calling the question. And so the Democrats could do it. Their problem is they don't have Manchin, they don't have Sinema. Feinstein has been back and forth. She may be getting dementia because I saw a quote from her the other day where she was on both sides of the question within 2 sentences of each other, and then said she didn't even know it was an issue. So I don't know where her head is at now. Mark Warner's another one. It's, Manchin's taking all the heat, but there, maybe 5 or so Senate Democrats that don't want to get rid of the filibuster. So,
Okay.
That's where we're at. And they do have an argument, if after all the partisan gerrymandering after this census, the Republicans are likely to take back the House. So the Democrats can use a filibuster to stop their crazy legislation, which they've done over the last 20 years. So there is an argument there. The problem is right now, we got some basic things on the line, like voting rights, the Equality Act. There's a whole slew of legislation that are just basic democratic reforms that won't pass. And if they don't pass, then the Republicans got the argument coming into the future elections. This was a do-nothing Congress. They couldn't get anything done, even though it was the Republicans that were largely stopping them from doing anything. But anyway, that's where we're at.
I see.
I think what we can do is, fight for ranked choice voting, including proportional ranked choice voting, multi-member districts, get into legislative bodies, city councils, county legislatures, state legislatures, and then the House. And getting into the debate in a way that's legitimate, not as outsiders, trying to crash the party as candidates, but people in legislative bodies. That confers a certain legitimacy to us in our arguments. And I think that's half the battle, getting the debate. In a way, we've won the debates, like on Medicare for all. The problem is public opinion doesn't translate into public policy given our distorted democracy.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Hallie.
So I'm going to read one last question on this topic by Steve Showen. Then we're going to segue into the Eco-Socialist Green New Deal. And all these things are interconnected because we, as I like to put it, we need an Eco-Socialist Green New Deal for people and planet. And, we need that total transformation of society, but without the, what you might call the political wonkery stuff that we're talking about now in terms of, districting, gerrymandering, proportional RCV. If we don't have these things, then we can't elect Greens into office, and we're stuck with this deadly duopoly. But anyways, let me just go back to a question that Steve Showen had here, which is, how could single member districts be converted to multi-member?
Well, in some states, at the federal level, that Fair Representation Act, just take an act of Congress that would require multi-member districts and ranked choice voting. In some states, you can do it by law. In New York, we got to change our constitution because our constitution does say single member districts. So it varies from state to state. In most municipalities, in states with home rule, it can just be a local law. So you gotta research your jurisdiction to see what's required. If it requires a constitutional change or a charter change, then you gotta, do an initiative or get a referendum passed by your legislative body and then passed by the voters.
Clarifying question? Clarifying question?
Yeah.
But structurally, what does it mean? Right now, we have so many congressmen for the House. Now, if we're not going to have a congressman from certain districts, what do you do? Reorganize the districts and restructure the House? I don't know structurally what that means.
It means each state would elect their representatives from districts of, I think the bill says 3 to 5 members. Now, if you're a state with smaller number, like Vermont has 1 member, that would just be a single district ranked choice vote. But New York has 29. So we would have, maybe 6 districts of 5 and 5 districts of 5 and 1 of 4.
Could you still keep the same number of representatives? Just
You keep the same number, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. LeBeau, you said you had one more question, so let's do that.
Yeah.
Segue. There you are.
I'm sorry, I've got to put this one on the table. So we, of course, believe in policy over party, and we recognize that the Democrats are in many, many ways better than the Republicans. But I do want to give you a moment to talk about some of the dirty tricks in voter suppression that happened to your campaign during the 2020 session, and maybe give you a chance to dispel some misinformation that was spread out through many channels regarding, say, Wisconsin and things like that?
Is there opportunity for litigation? Yes, but you got to pay lawyers. Like in Wisconsin, I have a lawyer who is a Wisconsin, lawyer. He's a Democrat, but he thinks what happened to us was wrong, shameful on the part of the Democratic Party, and he was willing to go to court. The problem is we don't have the money to take those officials in Wisconsin that violated the law to court. So, yeah, you can always sue, but it costs money, and we don't have that kind of money.
Can you explain a little bit more for those who maybe weren't following this closely, what exactly was done to you during that campaign, you and Angela?
Yeah, Angela moved in the course of during the petitioning period. She moved across town in Florence, South Carolina. And so we contacted what they call there, I think the Elections Commission in Wisconsin said, how should we handle this? And they said, the petitions collected when she had her old address, keep that. And then the new petitions, once she moved, should have her new address. And that's what we submitted. And then the Democrats objected that our addresses weren't consistent. So there was a hearing before the Elections Commission, and our campaign manager was not allowed to present evidence by the Democrats chairing that meeting. And then took us a couple weeks to find a lawyer. The progressives, the Democrats in Wisconsin didn't want to touch us. So we had to go with a conservative Republican law firm. But it was a good case. And the Supreme Court of Wisconsin sat on it for a week while the Democrats messaged in the media that we were holding up absentee ballots. It was the Supreme Court that held them up for 8 days. And then when they finally decided, they said, it's too late. The absentee ballots have to go out. We're not even going to look at the merits of our lawsuit. And the Republican dissent, these judges had it right. They ignored the facts and the law in that case. So it was a setup. We got screwed. And we had a similar situation in Pennsylvania, a similar situation in Montana. And, without an army of lawyers and much more well-financed campaign, it's really hard to fight the Democratic Party. You got to remember, we raised short of $500,000. Biden and Trump each spent a few billion. And that doesn't count all the independent expenditures done on behalf of the Democratic Party at every level. So, it's a real David versus Goliath situation.
So there's an old line from Raymond Chandler book, Philip Marlowe character. They'll knock your teeth out and then kick you in the stomach for mumbling. And there's something about that line that really brings to mind how these cases get handled. They stop your ability to function at every turn and then punish you for not being able to function. So that's very much, this, if we watch MSNBC, which I do occasionally just to see what kind of propaganda they're putting out, it's the most vibrant democracy ever. And nobody ever tell us otherwise, or you must be a Republican. But it's not, and we all know that. So I'm going to segue now into handing the floor over to Howie again, so he can talk about what he was really running on, which was an eco-socialist Green New Deal. Howie was the only candidate in the race, who was talking about these life and death issues of, medicine for all, medical care for all, the environment, jobs, and averting nuclear disaster, which neither party will discuss at all. So again, let me hand it over to Howie. I am stepping away just one moment because I need the ladies' room, but I will be right back. And Howie, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Rose. Well, we're in a climate emergency and it's getting worse. Biden had this summit where he promised to cut carbon emissions by 50% by 2030. That's a promise he cannot keep, given what's in his so-called climate plan. And the climate emergency demands a radical and rapid decarbonization of the US economy, needs numerical goals and timetables to phase out carbon. None of that is in Biden's plan. And to do that requires what we call an eco-social solution. During the World War II emergency, federal government took over a quarter of US manufacturing capacity in order to turn industry on a dime into what they called the arsenal of democracy, to arm the allies against the fascist powers. We need to do nothing less through the public sector because we've got to plan and coordinate the transformation, not just of power production, electric power production, but all the sectors that also use energy: manufacturing, agriculture, transportation, and buildings. And you can't do that with what Biden offers, which is basically throwing money at the market, at the corporate sector, corporate welfare, subsidies, loan guarantees, tax breaks, and expect corporations that got us in this mess to get us out of it with an uncertain future. I wrote an article, I said, they want to go at a leisurely pace with market incentives. It's just too damn late for gradualism. We are, as a report came out this week, the 1.5 degree threshold that the International Panel on Climate Change put out a study on 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now. 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. We're likely to pass that threshold, go over that 1.5 degrees Celsius at least a couple times in the next 5 years. So, we're already at the precipice of really catastrophic climate change. And so we're in a situation where you've got this back and forth on what Biden called his American Jobs Plan. Embedded in that is a token climate plan. And Biden just offered to knock $500 billion off it. And the Republicans said, well, here, we're going to give you a plan that knocks off another, almost trillion. And you look at the Republican plan, and actually most of the almost trillion that they propose spending is already in baseline budgets. It's only $257 billion over, I think it's 10 years more, $25 billion a year. I mean, that's pathetic. That's token. That ain't doing nothing. So Biden's sitting there trying to negotiate with the Republicans. The reality is the Democrats are negotiating with themselves, with the mansions and the cinemas. Now, what the progressives are advocating is, let's not just spend what Biden proposed, 2.3 trillion, let's spend 10 trillion. But the problem with the progressives, they call it the Thrive agenda. The problem with that is it also is basically kind of a Keynesian program of spending money to incentivize the corporate sector to do the right thing, which, given where we are economically, under capitalism, we have a crisis of overproduction. We can produce more than we can consume. So there's not profitable outlets for investment in the real economy of production. So they invest in financial assets and basically figure out ways to extract more money from us after exploiting us when we do produce goods and services, get us in debt, payday loans, all these schemes to extract more money from us. That's what they do with the extra money they get. And so that is not going to work. The kind of plan that, whether it's Biden or the bigger scale plan that the progressives are talking about, because it leaves the corporate oligarchs in charge. And they're out to make money, not get rid of carbon. And there's another trick in the Biden plan, and the progressive Democrats have pretty much accepted it. They say we want to go to net zero by 2050. Net zero is a trick. What that means is we're going to keep releasing carbon, but we're going to offset it by planting trees or something. Problem with that is we not only have to stop releasing carbon, we got to start drawing it out of the atmosphere by planting trees, reforestation, by rebuilding soils that sequester, carbon-rich soils instead of the soils we got now, which are basically dead because of pesticides and artificial fertilizers. In other words, go to organic agriculture. And the whole approach that we're getting from the Democrats, both the progressives and the Biden neoliberals, is they want to control pollution rather than prevent it. And I go back to Barry Commoner, who was the Citizens Party presidential candidate in 1980 when the European Greens considered that our Green Party. And he did a review in a book called Making Peace with the Planet in 1990 that looked at the first 20 years of modern environmental legislation. The Environmental Quality Act created the EPA, Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, and so forth, and found that the only time we actually made progress is when we banned the production of these pollutants. They work with DDT, PCBs, lead in gasoline, nuclear bomb tests, where we tried to control it like catalytic converters and scrubbers on power plants. It didn't stop air pollution or acid rain. And we got to look at carbon the same way. What they're doing in the Biden plan, what he does is instead of specifying what clean energy is as really clean energy, wind, solar, geothermal in certain locations and so forth, he adds nuclear waste incinerators, gas-fired power plants, or even coal-fired power plants, if they can capture the carbon and pump it into the ground, which is not economically viable without massive subsidies because carbon dioxide isn't worth very much. You can't sell it except for a few small markets. So he calls that the clean energy standard, but most of those forms of energy under his standard are not clean. And it's moving away from the renewable portfolio standard that about 30 states have adopted. So he's actually going backwards. Another aspect of his plan is it's fiscally conservative. In other words, you look at the amount of money he's willing to spend, it's based on the amount of money he can raise by increasing corporate taxes. So it's pay as you go, or pay go, as they say down in Congress, which means they're not going to deficit spend, borrow money to get these clean energy investments made now when they need to be made. So it just slows the whole pace. And he's acting like he's, Ronald Reagan, which actually Ronald Reagan did a lot of deficit spending. He's more conservative than that. And then, I've been going about 10 minutes. Let me just quickly break it down through the different sectors. So he puts most of his money into transportation. So there's a big deal made of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations they're going to build. But you know what you need to go to 100% electric vehicles by 2035 when General Motors says they're going to do it, when the Biden administration, without putting a date on it, kind of indicates they want to do. You don't need 500,000. You need 8 million public charging stations and 100 million in our homes. So they ain't even close. And I could go through other sections related to the rails, the truck fleet. I mean, it's just not getting there. When it comes to power production, over 8 years, he's got $100 billion for a sector that accounts for over a quarter of our carbon emissions. And like I said, the clean energy standard includes all these dirty forms of energy that will keep emitting carbon, that will supposedly be offset. But that's not what we need to do. We need to stop emissions and start drawing the carbon back down. James Hansen said 350 parts per million carbon in the atmosphere is the top limit of the safety zone. We're at about 420 right now. That's what they're measuring out at Mauna Kea in Hawaii. And so we got to draw it back down below 350, not just stop emitting. The building sector, I mean, he makes a big deal of building or retrofitting 2 million private sector affordable housing units and commercial buildings. That's 250,000 a year. Well, guess what? There are 120 million buildings in this country. At the rate he wants to go, it'll take 480 years to clean up the building sector. I mean, this is just not serious. In manufacturing, he says nothing but carbon capture for steel and cement plants rather than new technologies that don't emit carbon. he's got nothing for agriculture, except some vague statements. And so this is not a plan. And there's also the issue of climate debt. When the plan came out, the Friends of the Earth and a bunch of groups said, 50% is not enough to make our fair share nationally determined contribution, NDC. That's what countries are supposed to do under the Paris Agreement. The US would have to cut 70% domestically and another 105% equivalent of our emissions in the global South by paying our climate debt. In other words, helping other countries get to clean energy, protect their forests, reforest the areas that have been stripped. It's a massive international job. There's nothing in Biden's American jobs plan in the climate sector. It's very nationalistic when this needs an international solution. So just to wrap up here, I wrote up what I'm talking about. You can go to Google the Solidarity webzine and look for an article entitled Biden's Climate Pledge is a Promise He Cannot Keep. It's 9,500 words. As far as I can tell, it's the only detailed takedown of Biden's climate plan out there. And I'm disappointed that even within the climate movement, they haven't paid attention to this. The climate movement right now is just demanding more money. They're not demanding eco-social solutions. In other words, economic democracy. So we have the power to force through these changes through the public sector. So they're playing into the hands of the corporate sector. That's why the eco-socialist approach is so important. Otherwise, we're handing the power over to the corporate oligarchs who are going to make money no matter what happens.
Can he repeat that website?
Yeah.
And the Google?
Yeah, Solidarity webzine. Just put those two words in Google and you'll get to it. And then scroll down. It's probably half a dozen articles or so now, and you'll find my article. And it's very detailed.
What's it called?
Yes, that's the link. It's Biden's Climate Pledge is a Promise He Cannot Keep. And I just left a link to it in the chat.
Oh, good. Thank you, Rose.
You're welcome. All right. Howie, will you be, we're going to give the floor over to Robin. Will you be able to stay till 1 so we can get some questions in?
Sure.
Thanks so much, Howie. Okay. Comrade Robin. I didn't know I was introducing you, but Robin Harris is someone who needs no introduction either because she's been our co-chair here in Florida, and she was the co-chair of the Green Party of the United States Black Caucus, and she is known as activist for the people, fighting for not merely Black Lives Mattering, but Black Power Mattering. And I'm just going to hand it over to her. She's one of my favorite people on earth. Robin, take it away.
Hello, thank you. Afternoon. So I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss any messages because I take it that we're taking it to the top of the hour. What time are we breaking for lunch?
LeBeau, you got an answer on that?
1 p.m.
Okay, we're breaking for lunch. Okay, so I'll try to we'll definitely stop before then. I don't want.
And we're doing a 10-minute Q&A, so we're looking for until around 12:45, 12:50.
Okay, all right, yeah. Okay, so we spent a lot of time this morning talking about legislation and very, very good information. And so I'm going to kind of give some of my perspective of somewhat of a wrap up and also talk about some bills that have been looming around here in Florida. And I think you'll find it all kind of ties in. So let me, about a few minutes, I also been wearing a couple of different hats as it deals with legislation, and but it's it's all the same process. And so just kind of I'm just going to do a little presentation here first, then I'll come back and talk about this. Is only about 2 minutes of that. So let me see if I know what I'm doing. Okay. Are you guys seeing anything?
Yes, I can see you, Alvin. It's got background music and everything.
Okay, so thank you for, I just kind of wanted to kind of show you how my journey past couple of months has been around legislation. And first, I'll start with the first caption you saw. We started off with telling her stories, and I felt it was necessary to kind of shape this this whole journey about legislation, how it impacts Florida from a historical perspective. So I had two people from actually that run museums to come, and one being Pasha Baker, who's also ran for, sorry Pasha, forgot what her position was, but Black woman who also owns and operates a museum in Goldsboro, Florida. And also the other museum is in Mims, Florida. It's called the, Steve Baker may be familiar with it because it's in Mims, Volusia County. It's the Harry and Harriet Moore Museum. And that's important in this time as in Florida, as well as it was then. Harry and Harriet, their home was bombed in Mims, Florida, because of Harry's organizing around voting. He was very, he also was an educator. He was very robust. He was an excellent organizer, as I said, in voting. To register many Black people during that time, and unfortunately, the Klan and other white residents bombed the home, and he and his wife died as a result. And that's important because of the voter suppression that we're still facing. We're talking late 1800s or so, 1900s, and we're still facing that type of pushback. So I thought that was important to share that for my journey. The next one was conversation with Senator Bracey. Senator Bracey revealed, and I don't have the numbers, because proposing a a bill called the Marijuana Expunction Act, and what that would do would push back on mass incarceration, because so many Black and brown people are incarcerated for petty crimes such as that, but they're facing long sentences. So his Expunction Marijuana Act. And the next bill was called the Ocoee Massacre Reparations Act. And what that would do would, it wasn't direct. I mean, I was a little like, because it's not a direct repair for Ocoee descendants, but it is a fund to create scholarships for Ocoee residents and students. So that was two bills that we talked about on that platform from Senator Randolph Bracy. The other conversation I had is, which I think is worth sharing, if I can find a way to bring that up, and I'm going to try to move quickly here. Do you guys, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, great. This was, my next conversation was with, I don't know why I have all these ads, but my conversation was with Senator Park Cannon. Senator Park Cannon was a Black woman who was arrested in Georgia. And our conversation was great. And we talked about we did talk about State Bill 90 as far as I could talk about it. But what she was arrested for was in Georgia, was Kemp signing of State Bill 202, which has these same restrictions. It was a package of bills restricting voting access, same thing, no water. And so Park Cannon was a Black woman who knocked on the door of Brian Kemp while he was signing this bill, and she was handcuffed and taken to jail. And one of the officers had the audacity to say to her, "This reminds me of January the 6th. Are you kidding me?" One small Black woman that, she gets aligned with that idiocy on January the 6th. So we talked about voter suppression in the South and how this, in the South is a whole different enigma than sometimes what folks face in the North without realizing it. But she was faced with that. All charges were dropped. By the time she was in conversation with me, all those charges were dropped, and we're grateful for that. And so the other conversation I had was about, excuse me, the Florida Legislative Black Caucus unveiled sweeping police reform package, and they did this as a response after George Floyd's murder. And I'm just going to highlight a few of these bills because it's quite a package. And how I feel about that is, maybe one thing. Now I have this conversation with an attorney that's down in South Florida, Melba Pearson, who is one of the few attorneys that have no problem advocating against policing systems here in Florida. And so some of the bills that were unveiled, some of the bills that were that were unveiled were HB 6057. This bill was by Representative Omari Harry. This is a proposed legislation to reform the Police Bill of Rights. Really necessary because we know that there's so many layers of legislation that are stacked against us as Black and brown people that officers hardly ever face any type of or anything. And so, and just a quick word about that, everyone was excited about Derek Chauvin, that whole situation of him being found guilty, blah, blah, blah. But that's not justice for one person. A simple, in my opinion, was a sacrifice. He was a good old boy to his people, and they were willing to make him a sacrifice. And so, because that same day, while that sentencing was taking place, Ma'Khia Bryant, she took 4 to the chest. And so these hashtags keep coming. So we have to have legislation, maybe that's like 6057 House bill, but we need strong legislation that will tear back these layers. So House Bill 6057 in this package. We also have House Bill 479 that was proposed by Ramon Alexander. And this bill is to compensate victims of excessive force by law enforcement. Now, where I find that to be, it's a nice touch. However, I've been telling folks for the past few months, we need a whole system overhaul, because it's never cost them anything to kill Black people. They don't care, they'll pay it. So, but it's an effort. The next piece of legislation is House Bill 521, State Bill 868, a no-knock search warrant. This was presented by Senator Bobby Powell and Rep. Christopher Benjamin. Now, this kind of comes on the heels of where it happens all the time, but the Breonna Taylor incident. So other legislations are HB 569, State Bill 452, law enforcement body and dashboard cameras. I'm not a big fan of those, because all they have to do is cut them off. And so they have brutalized Black people with cameras on or off. It may help for the evidence, but it's not going to doesn't deter anything. We also have House Bill 647, State Bill 942. These are to intervene policy requiring officers to disrupt excessive uses of force. So that's out there. Then we have House Bill 6035, use or threatened use of deadly force. This was presented by Representative Yvonne Henson. This is to essentially end stand your ground defenses in Florida. Here's another one, House Bill 187, law enforcement and equipment. I'm thinking that they are alluding this to ending the 1033 program, or at least it should. There's also House Bill 187 that would prohibit the use of tear gas. Now, I shared this link because it's quite a package, but the unfortunate thing is, as Phil kind of told us, is that because of HB1 and preemption and all these little sneaky things that come down the pipe, the fair and just policing bills presented by the Black Caucus of the Florida legislature pretty much got overlooked, and they are just sitting there. Nothing happened. And so if we want to get behind some of those bills, we could maybe add stronger language, but they simply didn't go anywhere this session. So, which brings us to what all eyes have been on here in Florida with HB1. And what I found to be disappointing by this was back in November, as myself and other activists, we actually gave an educational webinar when it was just kind of like a buzz. It wasn't, people weren't quite sure what was going on, but we gave an educational webinar trying to gain attention. And no nonprofit, no organization actually responded until after the fact, around about February, after DeSantis had already signed and pushed it through on January the 6th. But my take on HB1 has been that it's the rhetoric that's in HB1. If you haven't read it, it's rhetoric from the past. It sounded so much like, am I gonna have problems like Lizzie?
Yeah, got it, okay.
Okay, I think I got it. Okay, rhetoric from the past, and it's all part of the Southern strategy. Folks like Barry Goldwater, Richard Nixon, DeSantis is the godson of all of them, if you will. It's nothing more than a package of HB1, is nothing more than a package of black codes that try to control black people. It's nothing more than Jim Crow laws being mandated again. Political and economic power take our, that's why I always say, yes, Black lives matter, but they don't matter until we have Black power. And this is all part of the plan to take our power back to restrict us. If you listen to the language again in HB1, it's a restoration of law and order. For example, back then it was a dog whistle signaling Nixon's support for an end to protests, marches, and boycotts while they try to introduce a war on drugs, create all this fear. It's the same thing now. It's like, oh my God, these Black Lives Matter protesters, but who stormed the Capitol? It wasn't us, because they would have killed us dead. So again, if we have to understand and listen to the semantics to know how to fight this back and organize against us. And DeSantis, in the face of Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and George Floyd being murdered, this to Black America was his response to put out HB1 and to file it. Not to mention that Florida's history has been horrible. I always thought that Florida may have been 3 or 4 because I'm from Texas. I thought we were #1 for mobs, but between 1882 and 1930, African Americans were more likely to be lynched in Florida than any other Southern state. For every 100,000 Black people in Florida, 80% were lynched. And so this bill is nothing more than a lynching okay. It's okay to lynch Black people for having a voice. So DeSantis, as you know, he's not well taken in the Black community. The Democrats, we can't rely on them. Keith Ellison, he sold us out. You can look this up if you like. Oh my God, Val Demings, who is now running for Marco Rubio, who is trash to the Palestinian community now because of her her silence on their issues, but she's also Miss Val Demings' Lives Matter bill. So it's up to the Greens to take a stand and to push back on legislation like this and all the other preemption laws. And that's why I would never take, because part of the problem is these guys, the unions are in their pocket. Ron DeSantis has received since 15 grand. I'm sure it's more because this is not updated. So that's my sharing. Yeah, I had with 2 minutes to spare. So that's how it looked from my perspective, legislation for me on this year. Well, this session.
Robin, thank you so much for that. And you hit on so many important points. Number one, the fact that a bill dies this year does not mean that the bill is dead. Quite often the bills that you see get passed were introduced many years before and have to drop back up. So with COVID pulling backwards, it's the time for us to push on these things that we know are going to be important. Also, Robin, showing you that little montage you did of the events you've been doing, it's very important to me that Greens understand that the people who represent you in Tallahassee are not smarter than you are, they're not more special than you are, they tend to be a little bit richer than you are, but other than that, they're normal people. And I believe the people in this room, we could probably replace random people in the legislature with people in this room and come out with better results. All right, I want to open up the floor to some Q&A. I know that Robin and Howie both brought in a whole lot of information. So I'm going to ask you to hold up your questions. So now is the time to put forth any questions you may have for Howie or for Robin. Go ahead, put questions in the chat if you have them. All right, Steve, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes,
This
we
is
can.
for Howie. I don't know what the schedule is today, but what you talked about was the weaknesses in the Biden climate package, however you want to call it. And I was wondering, is there going to be any information on our Green New Deal and how it differs from the Biden package?
Well, in that article that was put in the link was put in the chat, I compare what Biden proposed to the Thrive Agenda to Bernie Sanders' Green New Deal, which was serious, not as good as ours, but it was eco-socialist in a lot of respects and on a scale, on order of magnitude higher than any of the other Democrats, but not as, comprehensive as ours, where, we actually budgeted. We went sector by sector and, showed our homework. Bernie came to similar conclusions. He had a little bit of a slower timetable. So I compare all those in that article.
Okay.
So I think that's probably where you get the comparisons, as you go through the 5 different sectors of, carbon emissions, power, manufacturing, agriculture, buildings, and transportation.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for that question there, Steve, and thank you, Howie. Robin, the next question is for you. Nick wants to know, in light of the things that you put forward, what are some of the next concrete steps we can make? How can we move forward as individuals and as a group? Do you have any suggestions
Sure,
along those lines?
we can keep track of some of these bills to see how they're the ones that we feel that we can get behind and support. Perhaps we can do like we did for the Confederate bill. Maybe we can add stronger language. But I also think it's very important that we stand in solidarity and organize with other groups that are strong in our Black communities. I work with NCOBRA, and also NCOBRA is National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations. We can become educated with that, and also other groups that may be more grassroots, and we be on the ground and find ways and different models for repairing that. So reparative justice, I'm talking about reparations. We can find ways also with people who have strong messaging around overhauling the system, because it's going to take sometimes, some people don't understand why we try to approach policy, and that's okay, that can be argued. But I think it's very important that we become self-determined and sometimes become our own policing. I think Black community control of the police is still something that we should be organizing around and with and advocating for. So hopefully that answers some of your questions, Nick.
Thank you so much, Robin. I'm going to add in there also, one more thing that we can all do as individuals and as a group is we can run for office. As I said, so many seats go uncontested, and with every single seat being up next time around, you can expect that there's a good chance that if you don't step in, someone's just going to walk into that seat.
Absolutely.
So maybe consider if you have the ability to do so. We got a question from Howie from Lizzie. Howie, can you explain how important it is to use the funds going to the military and wars to fund a Green New Deal for our greatest threat, climate change?
Well, it would be a better use of those funds. But when we talk about cutting the military budget by 75%, we also got to realize, I think the more important contribution are the human resources. All those technical people, engineers, soldiers who could be part of the Civilian Conservation Corps, doing the work of converting the economy to clean energy. Instead of making weapons of mass destruction, they would be developing systems of clean energy and saving our planet. So it's not just the money. The money is not the problem. The federal government can basically print the money. They can, issue debt and invest now. And these investments will pay off over time, like any good investment, because they'll generate revenues that will pay off the money borrowed. If you're building public transportation, you're getting fares. You're building clean public housing, you're getting rents. You're building public power generation, you're getting fees for that electricity, and so forth. So it's not so much that we need the money. That's Biden's approach. He's not going to spend any until he's got it in hand. If we wait for that, we're going to wait too long. So Now, the other thing is, instead of being the world's global military empire, intervening in, if you count special forces, over 100 countries a year, if you count live military operations, about 13 countries right now, you know, conventional forces, not to mention contractors, basically mercenaries, the kind of people that Eric Prince recruits. He used to call it Blackwater. He changed the name of what he's doing so often, I can't keep track. But I mean, he's doing everything from offering to overthrow Venezuela to Trump, to running a lot of what's going on in Afghanistan, to actually being a subcontractor for the detention camps in Xinjiang, China for the Uyghurs. I mean, this guy is unbelievable. There's a lot of money going for that. So instead of being the world's military empire, we should be the world's humanitarian superpower with all our wealth and have a global Green New Deal. We will make more friends than enemies by sending aid instead of arms. That will do more for peace and security than all these weapons and military deployments. So, and there's this climate debt to pay. You know, if you're a country like it's controversial in Ecuador and Bolivia, they have resources, oil, lithium. Lithium's needed for renewable energy. Are you going to extract that and you know, send it to the global north? Or is the global north going to tell you, leave the oil in the ground, here's aid to help you develop a clean economy and a self-reliant economy? That's what we need to be thinking about. So at one level, it's deep cuts in military spending. At another level, it's a whole different orientation of our foreign policy, so that, you know, military is the last resort rather than the first resort.
Thank you so much for that, Howie. Let me take a look here and see if we have any more questions. Do we have any, we'll have room for maybe one or two more questions if anyone has anything they want to ask of Howie or Robin before we head out to lunch.
Well, I want to address this inflation question that Sean Clark raises. If you're producing real goods and services in the economy, you don't have to worry about inflation. The problem is when you're at full capacity, full employment, full utilization of the productive capacity we have, and then you throw more money in the economy, yeah, you're going to have more dollars chasing fewer goods, and then you get inflation. We're nowhere near that. We still got officially 9 million people unemployed. You can basically double that when you count discouraged workers and people working part-time want to work full-time. And we have a lot of capacity that's not being used. And basically at this point, we got to destroy a lot of the old capacity, which pollutes, and we got to build a new productive structure. In a way, this is an opportunity like we had after World War II, where much of the productive apparatus in Europe was destroyed. And then the economy boomed for 2 decades, rebuilding that. And we're in a situation now where we got to rebuild all our productive systems for clean energy and zero waste. I mean, we have other environmental crises like the plastics crisis. You know, we got microplastics in our bodies now. We got to stop producing plastics, go back to rubbers, biodegradable materials, instead of these synthetic materials that are not degraded by the biosphere, but accumulate, bioaccumulate, and make us sick, and, you know, destroy ecosystems. So there's a lot we got to do. Not just clean energy, but zero waste. And that requires whole new manufacturing systems. I'll just use one example, cement. That accounts for 8% of the world's carbon footprint, because not only does it use carbon energy to heat the mix, but they put in calcium carbonate. The calcium hardens the cement. The carbonate evaporates into the atmosphere. We got to produce cements that don't use calcium carbonate. In fact, there are cements that actually sequester carbon, but that requires getting rid of all the old cement factories. And guess what? Capitalist corporations making money off those want to wear those factories out before they even think about doing anything else. That's why we got to have social ownership and democratic administration of these key industrial sectors in order to turn them to clean energy on a dime. like during World War II, we turned from, GM and Ford from producing, cars to producing weapons. And so anyway, inflation's not the thing we need to worry about. If we get to full capacity, then you got to slow down the borrowing and the creation of money for sure.
Howie, thank you so much for always, every time I speak with you, it's so informative. And I have to say the same thing about Robin, bringing the knowledge on what's going on with our state legislature, and also to Phil Moore. Phil was nice to stay with us, but I thank him for joining us, crossing those lines to bring us information that we need about what's going on in Tallahassee, so we can be more effective as citizens and as a party. All right, we are going to take a little break now. When we get back, we will have some more speakers, including some very prominent Greens like Jill Stein. So our break, my schedule here, is going to go until 1:45. So first off here, I'm going to
Lizzie, and thank you so much for organizing this and reaching out and including me in this great presentation. I'm really excited also and humbled to be part of this great panel. My name is Basma Alawi, and I am myself a former refugee from Iraq. Since I have 10 minutes, I will really focus today on forced displacement and the refugees community in the state of Florida and how we become refugees, which is a question I always get asked, how I end up being in the state of Florida. So I will be sharing my screen and hopefully you will be able to see. And I know when I share my screen, I might not be able to see the chat. So if people have a question, I will be able to see them after I finish my presentation. Are you all able to see it? Perfect. So as I said, I am a former refugee and now I am the Florida refugee organizer with the Florida Immigrant Coalition. I will be explaining more about our campaign and the work we do nationwide, not just in the state of Florida. But just to give an overview about the Florida Immigrant Coalition, we are a statewide coalition of more than 65 member organizations and over 100 allies. We were founded in 1998 and formally incorporated in 2004. And we are led by our membership, including grassroots and community organizations. And I am the Florida refugee organizer. Most of the organizers, if not all, are all impacted refugees and immigrants leaders. So just to go back really quickly, what is a refugee? And I'm visiting today just one community that we have really a diverse population here in the state of Florida. But a refugee under the US law is a person who is unable or unwilling to go back to his or her home country because of well-founded fear of persecution due to the race, membership in particular social club or group or political opinion. This definition is based on the United Nations 1951 Convention. And as of 2019, there are 26 million refugees worldwide. Since 1975, the US has welcomed more than 3 million refugees from around the world. And just to learn about how the process of becoming refugees, me sharing my own experience, I was born and raised in Iraq, and Lizzie have shared with all of you that I lived under war and dictatorship, went through a lot of trauma. After 2003 war against Iraq or invasion against Iraq, I was one of the people who started to go through displacement. And one of the reasons because my husband was trying to really support and save American troops in Iraq and trying to really make sure that there is a right communication between the Iraqis and Americans who were there. And because of that, we were threatened and needed to leave Iraq. And normally, we don't become refugees. We are called displaced people. But after we go through intensive process, which is, you see some of them here, which it's involved 8 US government agencies, 5 separate security database, 6 background checks, 3 in-person interviews. Yes, we went, me and my husband, and in that time, my 1-year daughter through this intensive process. And it took us over 2 years. I will say between 1.5 years to 2 years of a process to move to the US. And as refugees, we don't the country or state that we are resettled in. All of these organizations and governments and administration choose what country refugees resettle in. Of course, there are 9 US resettlement agencies in the country here in the United States. Some of them are, or all of them are listed here. And in the past 4 years, we have lost some organizations because of the reduction of the number of refugees and because of the prior administration. One of the organizations who we lost, actually, it's in Jacksonville, World Relief. It was closed. And it was one of the amazing organizations that supported the resettlement for the refugees in the state of Florida. And of course, there was a lot of great numbers you can find here, and I will be able to share this presentation with Lizzie, but I just want to make sure to go over some of the facts about the refugee program and who exists in the state of Florida. Of course, the US intervention globally have produced many refugees. One of them you see here. But you will see we are intervening in so many countries. And one of them I will talk about is Iraq. So as of 2003, Iraq have never been stable. We have lost many people because of instability after 2003. That we have now a really corrupted government that is supported by the US government. And we don't understand why this corrupted government in Iraq are supported. And in 2019, a big revolution started in Iraq against the Iraqi government, asking them to just share basic human right, medical work, all of any human rights that anyone asks for. And the government not just really failed to share these basic human rights, but also killed over 200 protesters who were protesting just asking for their human rights. And we did not see yet any of the government in Iraq who killed the people and the militia have really anyone asked them, even from the American government, to why you have done that and who did the killing for the people. The protests until today is happening, and more people killed just because they are asking for their basic human right. So I will say in Iraq, we were promised democracy in 2003, and until today, there's no democracy really given in Iraq. I will say it's a fake democracy because we are having elections, we are having a freedom of speech, but people are killed when they are speaking. And when you talk about election, none of the people who are elected really represent the community. Most of these people coming from outside the country, and they have 3 or 4 different citizenships, so not necessarily they represent the people there. And of course, this intervention not just happened in Iraq and produced refugees and displacement, but you see many other countries that the United States, which is my country now, I am a US citizen, but sadly, we need to learn about the history so we don't repeat the same mistakes that we can make by entering war and unnecessary intervention in other countries. So there is a really big piece of history of refugee resettlement in the US, but it started with actually the Bureau of Immigration when it was established in 1891, and the history goes on. But after a while, refugee became a definition and for people who are forced to leave their home. And I think one of the things that we are still celebrating is the Refugee Act of the 1980, which provided the first basic for asylum, creating the Office of Refugee Resettlement to oversee resettlement program. Under the act, the president set the annual number of the admission and allocation. And until today, every year, the president decide on the number of refugees that could enter the following fiscal year. And we will be talking a little bit about it later. And there's also have been some really good policy that affected resettlement in the US, which is the list goes on. But the last one we can talk about is the UN Summit for Refugees and Migrants, which gave countries committed to a 4.5 billion increase in global humanitarian aid, and supported supporting more refugees to be home, and especially displaced women and children. But also there have been a lot of harmful policy that affected resettlement, not necessarily many, but in the past 4 years, as you see, since January of 2017 until June 2020, we have faced so many harmful policy that affected refugees. Refugees have never been really a hot topic to speak about because it's always have been supported in every party. We have been resettling refugees for a year. Any president comes always supported and welcome refugees, but in the prior administration, we have seen a lot of attack against the refugees community, from starting with the executive order and the Muslim ban, to the zero tolerance policy, to the migrant protection persecution protocol in February of 2020. And of course, things continues until June 2020 with the expedite removal. Things really affected not just the refugees community, but the immigrants community overall, and many other also minorities community in the United States. But one of the things that's really have nourished during that time, and even before, in 2017, a national campaign started, which called We Are All America. Please check it out. Follow us on Facebook. We are doing amazing work. The We Are All America works to uphold and strengthen our nation's commitment to welcome and protect those seeking freedom, safety, and refuge in the United States. We organize people across religion and cultural differences to build inclusive communities where we all belong. And We Are All America, when it started in 2017, we started with 3 or 4 refugees organizers around in 3 or 4 different states, and now we are over 23 states. All the organizers are refugees and impacted people like me, and I am here in the state of Florida leading the We Are All America work and supporting and organizing refugees in the state of Florida. And since then, we have really had so many wins. One is to keep Florida welcoming refugees during really the prior administration, but also educating legislative. Every year we organized a refugees and immigrants and allies to go to Tallahassee and educate legislators about the refugees program in the state of Florida, and have organized also many stories that was shared with legislators. Because again, how many things that legislators should know about, but we were able to educate them ongoing, so no harmful policy could come and really harm the refugees community. Earlier this year, we have launched the Opportunity for All campaign, which is another national campaign that designed to shift social, political, and economic conditions so that refugees can achieve their full potential. And we have 3 goals. One is to build the infrastructure for refugee power. 2, to achieve a concrete organizing win through OFA, which is the Opportunity for All. And 3, shift the refugee narrative. And since we started, we had so many wins. One of them, actually, we were able to write a letter, was signed by over 200 refugees around the country, asking the Biden administration to keep his promise and welcome 62,500 refugees for the 2021 year. And we were able to win that. The Biden administration then later, they signed the executive order, and now we are making sure that these communities are resettled and are reunited with their families here. And of course, you could learn more about the We Are All America work, but to go back, here in Florida, we focused on specific things. And one of them actually, the education part. Through my own experience, I found that not many people know about the refugees community in the state of Florida, and also who exists in the state of Florida. And we also organized many campaigns that's local and statewide to advocate for the refugees community. And we have been sharing the change that's been happening in the state of Florida with different organizing wins. And the last objective we had is integration into state and national campaign support, which we want to make sure when things happening national, it's reflected in local, and when things happening local, it's uplifted national. And before We Are All America started in the state of Florida as part of the Florida Immigrant Coalition work, we had some harmful refugee policy that I really don't want to visit, but it's in here in the slides, and I can share it again with Lizzie. But since 2017, or even after 2017, we did not have any harmful policy or language against the refugees community, which is a big win. We were able to keep Florida more welcoming to the refugees community, even during the pandemic. But in the same time, we have organized, as I said, every year a visit to the legislative in Tallahassee. And this year we celebrated the 3rd annual refugee Advocacy Week virtual, and we were able to have more than 5 to 6 proclamation that was passed in the House welcoming refugees in the state of Florida, and they were bipartisan support. We had legislators from Republican and Democrat both supported the refugee program and uplifted the stories of refugees in the state of Florida. I can say more, but definitely if you don't know, Cuban counts for more than 80% of the arrival to the state of Florida. Florida serves clients for more than 50 countries in 40 or more Florida counties. We have refugees from Haiti, Iraq, Burma, Egypt, Colombia, and the list goes on. And there's a lot here also about the history of resettlement in Florida and what active organization in the state of Florida that's advocating for refugees. We do also have messaging guidance. So if you are trying to support, or if you want to start supporting the refugee messaging, let us know. We can support with some toolkit or with some messaging guidance that we share with our partners. And I think my time is off. So if people have any question, I will advise you to stay informed, get involved, join local or global organizations, support the We Are All America campaign, because it's one of the not many that's actually led by refugees, and all the organizers, as I said, in many states are refugees. So I will stop here now, and I don't know, Lizzie, if you are doing the question in the end of the panel or now, but I'm here.
I'm going to ask about that because I think we wanted to do after each speaker, and who can tell me if we will be doing it in between each one?
I think we're doing okay on time. We can take
Okay,
at least a couple questions between speakers.
Thank you, because Besma's amazing personal story and the dire situation that so many are in really requires us to take action. So in addition to the supporting the opportunity for all, and We Are All America, these specific actions that you would like us to take, we would love the messaging that you mentioned, and we will definitely make that available. But yes, just tell us more about what specific actions people can take. I did put that in the chat so people can connect, and I see you did also. Thank you.
Yes, for sure. So one, I will say we are having, as I said, stay informed, but we are having a statewide event coming up June 25th and June 26th. I will share the information with you, Lizzie, so feel free to share it with the group. Since the end of 2019, we have been putting work together to learn more about how Florida have been inclusive to the immigrants community, and through many community sessions, listening sessions, and surveys, and many universities and researchers are involved in this project. The project started with learning about the state of Florida, sharing stories, but also sharing the change that's been happening. And now in June 25th and 26th, we will share the report with the community and also ask for specific action for people to support with. So I will say, I will share more information about the event with Lizzie, and maybe she can share with everyone if you're interested to come and learn and take action. But I will say also stay informed. We Are All America on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We always share actions there. So please follow us and connect with us. And if you have any question, reach out to me. I have my email with Lizzie as well.
Very good. And is that an online action or a location for the 25th and 6th?
There will be, it's nothing out yet, but the registration link will be going out next week. So I will send you all the information so people can register.
Very good. Thank you so very much for sharing. And we hope everyone will stay with us later in the afternoon. We will be having an update on Cuba from our Miami-Dade chapter. And they do represent a very large portion here in Florida. So that's important too. Okay, thank you so much, Besma. And next we have Chuck O'Neill from the successful Clean Water 2020 Orange County Charter Amendment Campaign, which won nearly 90% of the vote last fall, giving rights to the Wekiva and other county waterways and giving citizens the right to sue on behalf of the waters. This win in Florida is the largest rights of nature win in North America. Orange County residents have a right to clean water. Do you? The rest of us do not, at least not yet. Chuck has served as chairman of the National Resources Committee and as first vice president of the League of Women Voters of Florida. He has such a long history supporting environmental initiatives here in Florida. He is with organizer for the Florida Rights of Nature Network, and the I recall that he started the Speak Up Wekiva that probably initiated a lot of the momentum that has been happening in this amazing situation that is occurring here with his efforts in Orange County, and which can spread to at least 20 other counties in Florida, which happen to be charter counties. This strategy for citizen campaigns is very interesting. And so we hope to hear more from Chuck O'Neill.
Thank you, Lizzie. I appreciate being able to speak to the Green Party of Florida today on this beautiful Saturday. I know that we're speaking to the committed who are here today, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to this presentation. Now I'm going to pull up the presentation. Okay. This is going to be about the right to clean water, which is the name that we've given the charter amendment in Orange County, Florida. And why is this important? Well, maybe we can get this thing to work, maybe not. There we go. I always like to start with this quote by Margaret Mead. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. And I think we have a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens on the phone today. In Florida, we've become all too accustomed to scenes such as this. This is a discharge coming out of the St. Lucie estuary going into the Atlantic. We also have discharges coming out of the Caloosahatchee River into Lee County. There is about 50 tons of legacy phosphorus sitting at the bottom of Lake Okeechobee that feeds this polluted water that get expelled into both the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico. Florida has issued over 23,000 pollution permits during the past 50 years. And that has led to an overload of nitrates and phosphates in our waterways that feeds this green slime on the top of the water called blue-green algae or cyanobacteria. What happens when we have an overload of these quote unquote nutrients, which are really pollution in the waterways? We have massive fish kills and marine mammal die-offs. Over 700 manatees have perished in the Indian River Lagoon so far this year. One reason that this is happening is not only are we polluting our waterways, but the natural filters, the kidneys for Florida, our wetlands, are being destroyed as Florida grows, as new developments come in, as the population resettles from other places in the United States into Florida. Cyanobacteria is also the cause for neurological diseases such as Alzheimer's and ALS. So this is going to present a long-term problem for our healthcare system in Florida. This is a map of pollution sources just in Orange County. All those red and blue dots are registered by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection as sources of pollution that filter down through the soil into the upper Floridan aquifer and exit out into our springs and our riverways. This is a graph of the nitrate levels in the Wekiva River. The orange line towards the bottom is the line that's been established, 0.286 milligrams per liter of nitrate. That is the maximum amount of nitrate before harm begins to living organisms. As you can see, we've been well above that line for at least a decade. Similarly, in the Econ-Lockhatchee River, only in various points has the level been acceptable. For the most part, it's way too high. Now, you know, what causes this excess of nitrates is largely due to wastewater in the form of septic tanks and wastewater treatment facilities, as well as agricultural fertilizer and residential fertilizer. So what do we do? How do we change this? What we've done is we invited Thomas Lindsay of the Center for Democratic and Environmental Rights, who I had heard speak back in 2013, to come to my house in Apopka and give a lecture to 25 people from around the state. And what we discovered during this lecture is that the root of the problem goes all the way back to the US Constitution, where there's a division among entities in the country. You're either basically a person or property. So humans are persons, nature is property. When the Constitution was written, white property owning men were persons and everything else was property. So as we go through time, we see our laws develop based on this idea that nature is property. And what happens when we try to defend nature, to try to keep destruction from happening to our waterways, is we're boxed into this regulatory triangle where all we can do is contest the permit that's being issued by the state or municipality. And we line up and speak for 3 minutes at a podium. And then the vote comes down, and more often than not, the vote comes down the way that the majority who spoke against the permit were trying to make, the point that they were trying to make. That point is overridden because the laws in large part are written by the companies that are doing the polluting. So a lot of this goes back to standing. Does nature have standing? Can a river bring a lawsuit in the state of Florida? And the answer is only in Orange County, because nature is property and has no rights. This was borne out in a lawsuit by the Sierra Club in 1972. They sued Morton, which is a developer for Disney. It was building a ski resort in California and was about to destroy a beautiful valley called Mineral Valley. And that went all the way to the Supreme Court. Sierra Club contesting the permit, went all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled that the Sierra Club did not have what's called standing to bring the lawsuit. They were not personally injured by the action, the issuance of the permit. And Justice William O. Douglas wrote the dissenting opinion, and I'd like to read to you just a little bit of it. He said, the critical question of standing would be simplified and also put neatly into focus if we fashioned a federal rule that allowed environmental issues to be litigated before federal agencies or federal courts in the name of the inanimate object about to be despoiled, defaced, or invaded by roads and bulldozers, and where injury is the subject of public outrage. Contemporary public concern for protecting nature's ecological equilibrium should lead to the conferral of standing upon environmental objects to sue for their own preservation. This suit would therefore be more properly labeled as Mineral King versus Morton. So what we did is we set about trying to install laws that recognize nature as having rights other than just being property. We formed an organization called the Florida Rights of Nature Network. We're set up with 6 regional directors around Florida and 1 at-large director, which I'm lucky enough to be the at-large director. And what we tried to do is to amend the charters. There are 20 charter counties in Florida, and there are 3 ways to get an amendment on the charter, on the ballot. The first way is for the county commission to place it on the ballot. The second way is for citizens to collect petitions to put it on the ballot. And the third way is to go through a charter review commission. In Orange County, we were lucky enough that in 2019, they were looking for ideas on amending the Orange County charter. So as Lizzie said, my organization Speak Up Wekiva proposed to the Orange County Charter Review Commission, what if we look at giving rights to 2 rivers, the Wekiva and the Econ-Lockahachie River? And as we went through the committee process, that developed into a charter amendment over 7 months and 11 meetings that not only gave 4 rights to the Wekiva and Econ rivers, it also extended those rights to all water bodies, all natural water bodies within Orange County. And the 4 rights that they proposed to give the water bodies are the right to exist, the right to flow, the right to be protected against pollution, and the right to maintain a healthy ecosystem. So on March 4th, the Charter Review Commission voted to adopt that into the report and send it to the ballot. This is the actual amendment. And it does 2 things mainly. In addition to giving those 4 rights to the water bodies, it also acknowledges that all citizens of Orange County have a right to clean water by having the waters of Orange County protected against pollution. So that is now heading to the ballot. We're in 2020, and we get to November 3rd of 2020, and it went to a vote. And we were very delighted to see that 89% of the Orange County voters voted in favor of this charter amendment. So as we all know, the 2020 election was probably one of the most partisan elections in my lifetime. And to get 89% of the vote meant that we reached not only Democrats, but NPAs and Republicans as well. I like to say that 89% voted for it and the other 11% didn't understand the question. So since that time, since it's passed, we filed the first rights of nature enforcement action in the United States. The suit is called Wild Cypress Branch versus Beachline South Residential. Here, a developer has applied to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection to take the property as it is on the left, which is full of streams and wetlands that are very important that link Wild Cypress Swamp to the Crosby Island Marsh and filter the water that enters Lake Hart and Lake Mary Jane. On the right, you'll see the developer's conceptual plan. Every part of yellow is where they're filling in wetlands or damaging and impacting wetlands, building roads across the streams to block the flow of water and to leach pollution from retention ponds into the waterways. In addition to that, we've filed and had approved 5 amendments to the state constitution. And I know that the Green Party also has one there. I hope we can all support each other's amendments. We have taken the Orange County amendment and blown it up into one that would cover all the waterways in the state of Florida. We have one, the Florida Iconic Species Amendment, that sets up a special class for 10 different species to protect their habitat and hold them harmless from commercial or recreational hunting. We have one that would block toll roads from being built in conservation areas and rural land. We have one that would outlaw ban captive wildlife hunting in Florida. A lot of people don't realize that there are over 200 licensed facilities in Florida where you can hunt even an endangered species. And finally, the 5th one is the Florida Wetlands Protection Amendment that would actually make it a crime to fill in, dredge, and fill wetlands. All of these amendments are on our website, fl5.org, and would invite you to come to that website, and you can download the full text of each of those amendments and also download a petition, all 5 petitions. So with that, I would be glad to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Chuck. You covered so much. The water pollution happening in the Pahokee area of Lake Okeechobee happens to be of particular interest to Greens. We have started last year a effort on behalf of the waterways and the at-risk communities for the sugarcane burning. There's green harvesting methods that aren't being used, and it's a crime against nature and humanity, really. And the wetlands, we've engaged with our native tribes regarding the 404 assumption of the dredge and fill permits. So this new effort that you're creating, the fl5.org, is very exciting, and I'm sure that overwhelmingly Florida Greens support all of these efforts. And in particular interest also because your initial quote of Margaret Mead is small group. That's definitely us. So, you know, we're not so much constitutional amendment capacity right now, but the charter county strategy for these types of campaigns is of particular interest to us. Can you expand on that a little bit more?
Sure. There are 20 charter counties in the state of Florida, Orange County being one. What we would like to do is to install the right to clean water in each of those charter counties. And you might ask why the charter counties? Under the Florida Constitution, charter counties can do anything that is not precluded by general law. So they can do things that are bolder. Charter counties can take bolder steps. The other 47 counties are only allowed to do what the legislature tells them directly that they can do. So we you know, if we can get these measures installed into the charters, into the 20 counties, we hope to drive this further into Florida law. You know, we also have this statewide amendment going. So we have 2 rails, actually, the statewide rail and the charter county rail.
Very good, very good. We have a question from Robin Harris, who happens to be there in Orange County with you. She ran for office recently, and she asked, what can Greens do in Central Florida to actively support?
If you, Robin, hi, by the way, if you can disseminate, hi back, if you could disseminate the website address, we tried to keep it short, fl5.org. People can sign up to receive automatically the 5 petitions that would be emailed directly to their email address. And the reason why I say, can we get this website going versus going around collecting with clipboards is all the people who come in and sign, we retain their information such that if this goes to the Supreme Court, and I know you all are going to have the same issue, if it goes to the Supreme Court, we have a very, let's say, lopsided Supreme Court right now. And they say, oh, you should have had these 4 words in your petition, that we don't have to go back to Go and start all over again, that we'll have names built up in this database where we can change the petition, get it approved, and get it back out as quickly as possible. I think we all know the fight over the recreational marijuana amendment, that the Supreme Court dragged their feet for almost a year, and then came back and said, oh, you should have said these 4 words. And because you didn't, it's misleading. They had 500,000 signatures, and then they basically gave up because there's no way for them to recreate that same 500,000 easily. So Robin, if you can share that, I know we know a lot of the same people, and if you can share that among your contacts, that would be great.
Terrific. Yes, and there's more signatures needed for these in addition after this last legislative session. So all the more strategic to keep those names in case of minor hiccups like that can derail the whole thing. So last question, Stephen Baker, you have a question?
Yes. Chuck, thank you for being here with us today. I have a question, and then as an aside, I'd like to mention that I am friends with Tom Lindsay from CellDef and Ben Price, and we lived in the same area in Pennsylvania where he's from. And interesting maybe to the Florida Greens is that Tom Lindsay once ran as the governor in Pennsylvania as a Green Party candidate. My question for you though is Volusia County, which is my county, is that one of the charter counties?
Yes, it is.
Right.
Yeah, it basically it's the big 3, right? Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and then it runs across the I-4 corridor and picks up almost every county in the I-4 corridor, which is Volusia is also in there. And then Duval, there's a battle as to whether Duval is a county or a city, but I still consider it a county. It's a charter county. And then you have Leon and Alachua. So those are the 20 counties. So Jim DeRocha, I don't know if you know Jim, but he's our regional director for that area. He lives in Volusia County. And we're trying to get several things going in cities in Volusia County now, because the county commission is challenging.
Is there any way you could have him contact me?
Sure. If you, here's a pitch. If you go to fl5.org and go to the contact us section, if you could just send me a comment.
Okay.
There, it goes straight to my email.
fl5.org. Okay.
Thank you so much, Chuck, so much for that presentation. It's just so important, and what a great effort statewide here now. And yes, Stephen, we put a link in the chat. A supplemental doc has the speaker information and links, so you can get that to all of the speakers. And we will be moving to our next speaker. So please do contact them. Use that document. There's a lot in there. Just a moment. And okay, sorry. And we just heard from Chuck O'Neill and Besma Alawi. And now we will be moving to Del DeChant. We will be welcoming Del DeChant, Associate Chair and Master Instructor at the University of South Florida. Del, I believe, was a founder of the USF Urban Food Sovereignty Group that aims to support, encourage, and advance interdisciplinary research and action on urban food sovereignty. He is, I've seen many of the Florida Food Policy Council presentations on YouTube. They do wonderful work as far as broadening the effort on food sovereignty, food democracy, education within food issues. And this is such an important consideration for those at risk in Florida, our immigrant communities, our Florida farm workers, and our underserved populations. So if we could welcome Del DeChant.
Hello there. I have a PowerPoint presentation somewhere. I sent it through, and that can go up on the screen. I don't have a way to, oh, there you go. I don't have a way to control it myself, but it looks like it's being loaded. I'm just gonna talk a little bit about what food sovereignty is. And then we can maybe look at some of the slides. There's a definition up there. I'm just going to give a little narrative content to what food sovereignty is as a vision and a program for action. And then maybe talk a little bit about what's happening at USF and some of the other organizations that I'm involved in. The USF Food Sovereignty Group itself is based on the idea of praxis, which is bringing together theory and action. And it seems that in the academic community, we spend an awful lot of time on theory and perhaps not enough time on action. So we have really dedicated ourselves to engaging with our local communities in terms of this topic. So you have a nice definition of food sovereignty up on the screen. I'm just going to narrate a little bit the context for food sovereignty in the US. First of all, the American food shed is dominated and controlled by the industrial food system. And what does this look like? Well, it looks like a colonial empire in which the imperial rulers determine the cultural norms of the empire, laws, economics, community structures, morality, systems of justice. And in this analogy, the industrial food system determines the norms of our food shed, its laws, economies, community structures, morality, and systems of justice. From food production to processing and packaging to distribution and finally to consumption, we are the colonized subjects of a system beyond our control and even beyond our understanding. The result of this is persistent food insecurity. Amazingly so, in this rich nation with abundant food, 12% of the population is chronically food insecure, and that was before the pandemic. During the pandemic, food insecurity went up to 30%. Massive food insecurity struck people that never before had experienced what it was and what it would be like to be hungry and not know where your food was coming from. 30% of the population experienced this. I think we've all seen the lines, the images with the drone flyovers of the long lines of cars backed up trying to get food. And there's some very, very high-end cars in those lines, if you're familiar with the images. And if not, I'm sure we can we can get those for you pretty quickly. And on top of that, we have enormous quantities of food waste, massive extractions of water, phosphate, oil, and soil, unsustainable levels of water pollution. Chuck O'Neill's presentation, I think, did a pretty good job of engaging the water crisis in the state of Florida, of which an enormous amount of that challenge can be traced directly back to the food industry, the food production industry. Unsustainable levels of water pollution, ecological devastation, brutalization of animals, and mistreatment of workers every step of the way. And I could go on, but as Chuck said, I suspect I'm preaching to the choir. We're familiar with this. The question this raises, however, is the decades-old question of why aren't we doing something about this at a massive scale, at a large scale, a scale that is equal to the challenge that we have. It's the same question we have about climate change and the extinction event that we are experiencing globally. There are many answers, but the answers all seem wanting because we don't seem to be able to take the action that's necessary to reform. The one that I have always found valuable as any to the question, why can't we do something? Why aren't we doing something? The answer that I find particularly valuable in this case is the colonial answer, which I led off my presentation with. We can't do anything because we're a colony of an imperial power. We are dominated and controlled by that power, and we are more or less complacent, present company excluded. We are more or less complacent with the status quo, with that situation. And we're more or less indifferent to the situation. And so it is in any successful colonial regime. The colonized accept the status quo. And the analogy to the food shed, the analogy of the food shed to a colonial empire is derived from the work of our greatest agrarian author, an author I suspect many of you are familiar with, Wendell Berry. And there's more to say about Wendell Berry and his contribution to agrarianism and its relationship to food sovereignty, but more perhaps another time. It's his analogy of the colonial system. But when you dig deeper into it, the extent of it, I think, is really quite stunning. When I ask my students at the university the source of their food, the answer is, as you could well expect, Publix or Winn-Dixie or Walmart, some sort of outpost of the industrial food system. And so what I think it's true for most folks. But then when you dig a little bit deeper, you say, well, I don't mean where did you buy the food? I mean, what's the source? What's the source of that food? And nobody knows. We don't know where our food comes from. Quite literally, we don't know. You might read on the package, especially if you're getting seemingly fresh fruits and vegetables, there might be a source printed on it. And in most cases, the source for fresh fruits and vegetables is, you know the answer, California, the Imperial Valley, the San Joaquin Valley, the Central Valley of California. That's where the bulk of our fresh fruits and vegetables come from, even in Florida. And so I won't belabor you with the number of food miles that involves. The average we'll just go with the average. The average food item that we consume travels 1,500 miles. 1,500 miles to our plate from the place where it was grown and produced. Clearly unsustainable. And as we think about the state of Florida, Florida is an agricultural state, a rich agricultural state, but it too is locked into the industrial food system. So the bulk of the stuff that we're growing in the state of Florida itself is being shipped elsewhere. You can just think of the citrus industry, which itself is in decline, by the way, but you can just think of the citrus industry and what's happening with that. So what is to be done? What is to be done? The interest and the intention of the USF Food Sovereignty Group is one at once to obviously publish our research into food sovereignty, an often overlooked area in terms of the mainstream academy, but also to engage ourselves, engage the university to the degree that we can with the local food producers, most of whom are struggling. And the effort to do so clearly rests on the capacity of the researchers, the scholars at the university, and the university itself to commit to engagement with the local community, which ironically is part of the mission of the university. So as we consider the options that are available, I'll just share an excerpt from a recent article that's predicated on the result of the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic on food systems, but then what could happen. So this is a pitch in a way to the Green Party of Florida, at least to be aware of some options that might be worth taking up. And so we note that the industrial food system is really too frail to withstand large-scale cultural traumas. And if reform does not occur, what happened during the pandemic will happen again. There'll be shortages of food. There'll be 30% of the population that can't sustain itself. And it will happen again, and it could happen with even more dire consequences. Reform is not impossible, and reform can begin. And reform can take many forms. We have food banks around the nation. Food banks could also act as seed banks and seeding banks, where in addition to getting food to eat, individuals could get seeds and seedlings to grow. Cities and counties could fund staff positions for agricultural production, to encourage cities to dedicate park space to growing space. Government at all levels could offer tax incentives for replacing lawns and ornamental plantings with vegetable gardens, giving fruit trees to property owners, restoring agricultural classes in public schools, which have largely disappeared, agricultural classes, especially in public schools. And it would include agriculture programs at every public university, not just the land grant schools like University of Florida, but every university, and courses in horticulture and mandatory graduation requirements that would include agricultural, vegetable growing, gardening courses. It's not an impossible vision. It could be done and can be done. So in brief, we'll go through the slides very quickly. The first slide that's up there that has moved on, it looks like already, is a definition of what food sovereignty is, kind of the classic definition of what food sovereignty is. Food sovereignty is understood as the right. Now I'm going to vary the definition we use at USF from this classic definition. The right and the opportunity of persons in urban ecosystems to define their own food and agricultural policies and practices, and to produce healthy and culturally appropriate food through their own means, using ecologically sound and sustainable methods, independent of the industrial food system. That's hard to do, but it can be done. But it takes initiative, resolve, and willingness. We can look at the next slide if you like. So this is how food sovereignty relates to issues in justice. There's three areas: eco-justice, social justice, food justice. All three have to be engaged. Food sovereignty is not just about food. It's about issues such as workers' rights. Workers not just in fields, but in meatpacking plants, in processing plants, in grocery stores. Around the world, social justice, the front line of social justice, is the food industry. Eco-justice, our current industrial food system destroys ecosystems. It plunders them, it wastes them, it destroys species, everything from the monarch butterfly to every sort of indigenous plant species is destroyed for the sake of industrial food production. And then finally, issues in food justice. Food sovereignty is interested in making sure that everyone is able to eat and everyone has easy access to their food. Next slide. We can go on to the next slide now. Thank you. Here's what we do at USF. We're inspired by a feminist, anti-racist, and anti-colonial commitment to work, along with not merely with reporting on our communities and marginalized people, but actually becoming engaged with their life and with their experiences of injustice and marginalization. Next slide. Here are some of our current projects. We're working on a service learning course based on food justice that will connect students with experiential learning opportunities. That's happening on campus, but also with a number of our partners that are working to grow food in a sustainable, sovereign manner. We're working to build a full curriculum across the university, working with a number of schools that have actually have representatives that are part of the USF Food Sovereignty Group. And finally, we're working actively with community partners to engage the partners with the university and the university, at least through the Food Sovereignty Group, with those individuals and organizations that are doing good work in the community. I don't know if there's another slide. There might be. If not, well, let's put it up. If not, that's so there. And there are references. If you're interested in learning more, you can contact the USF Urban Food Sovereignty Group. We have a website. If you're interested in additional information, my name is Del Deschamps, and you can find me through the directory of the University of South Florida. And together with my colleague, Will Schombacher, we are the conveners of the USF Urban Food Sovereignty Group. We welcome your participation, and we certainly welcome your questions now, if there are any.
Thank you so very much, Del. This food insecurity in Florida is simply heartbreaking, as it is across the nation and the globe. Can you share with us a story of a specific food challenge and some success from your efforts that you've experienced? And secondly, can you help us to know how we may engage in these efforts in our own communities?
Sure. Well, get your hands dirty to start with. The work on food sovereignty, I think, begins with folks becoming aware of what is necessary in order to produce food, in order to grow food in the state of Florida. And I think that starting wherever you are with just doing it yourself is helpful, but also reaching out to friends and neighbors. Agrarianism, the idea of agrarianism, which is at the root of food sovereignty, is based on knowing the sources of your existence and living accordingly. And that begins with learning about food, water, as Chuck talked about as well, and also our social system, your neighbors and your friends. Try to get to know the folks that are in your immediate community. Locally, I can share numerous narratives. What can you do locally? Locally, what can be done immediately, in addition to starting your own garden and trying to grow your own food and discovering both the challenges and the opportunities in that area, is to get involved with your local government. If you're in a municipality, find out how that works. And if the municipality does not have a program currently in place for community gardens, lobby the local government, get your friends together, see what you can do to have the local government establish a community garden ordinance or create an opportunity for folks to do it otherwise. That's what we've done in Pasco County, and specifically in the city of Newport Richey, where I live. We have an organization that's called Newport Richey FarmNet, which does that very thing. But Newport Richey FarmNet is just one expression of the sorts of community action groups that are popping up all over the state. The coalition, the Tampa Bay Coalition of Community Gardens is another one here in our area. I know there's groups in Orange County, in and around Orlando. Fleet farming is something that's happening there. Find out what is available in your local community that, one, produces food, activities that actually produce food, and two, that broaden the opportunities. This is where sovereignty comes in, that broaden the opportunities for all people to produce their own food. If you're lucky enough to have your own property, you can start your own garden, but there's many, many people that do not. Absent that, absent the property of their own where they can grow, your options are then community gardens. If the municipality or the county does not have a system in place that allows for community gardens, begin the education effort, begin telling people about that. One great way, you asked about some stories of success, there's many. One that I always like to point to is here in the city of Newport Richey, where I live, we have 4 food festivals. And again, this is an urban county, this is an urban, heavily urbanized area, but we celebrate local food production with 4 food festivals. In January, we have the Collard Greens Festival, 7th year running now. In springtime, we have the Florida Loquat Festival, not Kumquat, Loquat, the Florida Loquat Festival. Then in the early summer, we have the Okra Festival. And then in January, we have not in January, in late fall, we have the Sweet Potato Roundup. So those are 4 examples of success stories that are also fun events for people. That's all based on the local production of food. So my short story of success is grow where you are, learn how to grow, engage other persons in such a project, lobby your county or your municipality, and then see what you can do about making it a fun occasion, such as farm-to-table dinners or food festivals.
Your message certainly touches our heart, and I have to tell you that I'm an active, dirty hands person. One last quick question before we go on. Robin Harris in Orange County is asking about public policy. Is there one particular action we could take on policy?
Well, join the Florida Food Policy Council. I'm a member of the Florida Food Policy Council Board of Directors and actually the host of the monthly food forum, which is the public outreach of the Florida Food Policy Council. There are ordinances within the state at both the county level and the municipal level that not only allow for community garden and urban agriculture, but also are structured in such a way that they encourage community gardening and residential farming. Look for those ordinances. City of Newport Richey has one, Pasco County has one, I believe the city of Gainesville has one. I don't know if Orlando does or not, but I would just go to MuniCode, which is the listing of municipal codes, and you can find examples of very helpful ordinances that could be drafted and presented to the county government or to the city government, wherever you may be. I always recommend to folks, and again, Robin, I don't know your background or your experience, but find out how your particular governmental system works. If it's a municipality or if it's a county, find out exactly what the process is for bringing forward recommendations for ordinances or modifications in the land development code to allow for agriculture. That would be the kind of the very quickest way to go about doing it. Find out how your local system works, see if there's some existing ordinances that are in place, and if not, then get together with friends and colleagues and take a look at some of those ordinances that you can find for yourself online and bring them forward to your government directors and elected officials.
Very good. Thank you so much, Delta Chant of USF Urban Food Policy Working Group. We so appreciate you with us. We do have a document which links to your efforts in the chat and the supplemental. And we thank you for your time. And we will need to go now to our next speaker, who is Katie Singer, who is coming up next. Just a moment. These are our speakers. And Katie Singer, before we go to presidential candidate Dr. Jill Stein, Katie Singer is next. I saw Katie's presentation on cradle to grave impacts of our technology use at a recent Green Party event promoting a greener Green New Deal, and it really left a lasting impression. Her grasp of the complicated and expansive footprints of our use of our digital technology and power systems energy use, and the consequences in greenhouse gas emissions, toxic waste, environmental justice, and wildlife impacts are just so important for us to really understand and consider in policy making, as well as personal choices. Our children's and our grandchildren's lives depend on this. We welcome Katie Singer, and I believe we have your slideshow ready to present for you.
Great. Hi, thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I am really honored to be here. A few years ago, I began questioning what it really takes to make a Zoom conference like this one. Starting with electricity, I learned that on average, US households use 1,000 kilowatt hours of power per month to keep lit, to heat and cool, to refrigerate and cook food, wash and dry laundry, keep hot water available, send emails, talk on phones, watch videos, and attend conventions like this one. I learned that 60% of an electric bill goes to maintaining the utilities infrastructure, the substations, voltage control, power lines, and transformers. 40% goes to actual fuel use. How much is 1,000 kilowatt hours of power? Well, one able person can generate 24 hours of power by pedaling a bike generator 8 hours a day for 30 days. To generate 1,000 kilowatt hours, 41 people need to pedal 8 hours a day for a month. In other words, expecting electricity available 24/7 means that I expect the equivalent of 41 servants forever. But my monthly 1,000 kilowatt hours do not include the energy involved in manufacturing my computer. This matters because 81% of the energy used by a laptop from its cradle to its grave is embodied. That means 81% of a laptop's energy will be used before the end user turns that laptop on for the first time. I began to grasp the magnitude of embodied energy when I learned what goes into making transistors. Can you show the next slide, please? Are you there? Lizzie, can you switch to the next slide?
I believe LeBeau is doing the slideshow. Hopefully that will. One moment, please. Apologies.
Is it switched now?
Okay. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you so much. So these are silicon wafers at one stage of their manufacturing, and they are used to make transistors for all computers. And also they're used to make silicon wafers for solar panels. It's the same process. The transistors have to be slightly cleaner. Transistors they process and store data, they provide apps, and so much more. Transistors are made from silicon, an element that is not found in nature in pure form. I should say we right now manufacture 1,000 times more transistors than farmers grow grains of wheat and rice combined. Manufacturing silicon typically requires pure quartz gravel, then a carbon, such as petroleum coke from the tar sands, or blue gem coal, which is mined in Colombia. And third, a hard, dense, moist wood, which perhaps can come from the Amazon rainforest. These three things, the quartz, wood, and carbon, are transported to a smelter that operates at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit for 6 or 7 years at a time. Because interrupting delivery of electricity to a smelter can blow it up, it cannot be powered by solar or industrial wind facilities. Next slide, please.
Did it switch or is it still stuck?
It switched, thank you.
All right, excellent.
So typically smelters are powered by coal, nuclear, and or hydropower. And of course, manufacturing silicon involves many other steps besides the one I've just described. And each of these is energy intensive and greenhouse gas emitting and toxic waste emitting. Then we need copper, which provides conductors for the circuit board signals. It's usually mined in Chile. Next slide, please. For every kilogram of copper mined, at least 210 kilograms of waste are generated. In Chinese factories, young people sterilize circuit boards with solvents like N-hexane that cause leukemia and neuromuscular diseases. Then next slide, please. Coltan and cobalt for mobile devices, batteries are mined in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Children have been buried alive mining for cobalt. This is a 4-year-old cobalt miner in DRC. Next slide. As for coltan, more people have been murdered over coltan than any other single event since World War II. We're talking more than 10 million people. And since 2000, the Grauers gorilla has lost 77% of its population, partly because of mining for coltan for cell phones. Lithium, next slide please, for mobile devices and electric vehicles, batteries, takes water from communities and farmers. It's getting usable lithium is an 18-month evaporative process in facilities like this one in Chile. There are some ways to mine lithium that don't involve water as much. I don't know much about them. Processing the lithium and discarding the batteries can contaminate water supplies. Next slide, please. So these are Tibetans protesting lithium processing near their waterways. The waterways are highly polluted and their fish are dead. Next slide, please. Computers, raw materials, and manufactured parts get transported between continents. Next slide, please. On container ships that are powered, oh, I'm missing a slide. The container ships are powered by dirty bunker fuel that pollutes the oceans and emits greenhouse gases. These raw materials that I've described just a smidgen of, and the final products are also transported on airplanes and trucks and trains. We need to think of the energy and extractions embodied in each of these great vehicles, and they need airports, highways, and railroads. So one smartphone has more than 1,000 substances in it, each substance having its own energy-intensive toxic waste-emitting supply chain. And then at the end of their usable lives, electronics get shipped again, usually to dump sites in Africa or Asia, where they may be burned to access copper, for example. This is extremely toxic for people who inhale the fumes. Electronic waste impacts soil, water, and air, and living creatures' health. Electronics do not biodegrade. They are hazardous waste. This Zoom conference also depends on infrastructure. So next slide, please. We need access networks that let our computers transmit and receive data. Access networks are made up of cables, satellites, routers, antennas, modems, and battery backup systems. They are huge energy guzzlers. Next slide, please. Data centers store my PowerPoint and the video for replay. In 2012, Greenpeace reported that if data centers were a country, they would rank 5th in energy use. Their electricity use grows by about 20% each year. And you can see here from floor to ceiling, data centers are covered with servers and cooling systems. And these are replaced every 3 years. So you can think about the embodied energy inside the data center. Everything that I've described here, the energy and extractions and worker hazards embodied in manufacturing individual devices, the infrastructure for making the devices work, and the end-of-life waste, all of that is required for all of our manufactured goods, including electric vehicles, solar PV systems, and industrial wind systems, products supported by the Green New Deal. Next slide, please. One electric vehicle can have 100 computers in it. Next slide. If France replaced all of its cars with electric vehicles, keeping them charged at night would require doubling the country's guaranteed electric power. And to produce this much electricity with low carbon emissions, engineers say that only nuclear plants would be able to provide that kind of power. Next slide, please. Solar panels, I have a lot to say about solar panels, but they're hazardous waste at the end of their life cycle. And they're made with silicon. The silicon wafers go through the same process that transistors go through, and they're coated with perfluorinated chemicals, Teflon. That makes them, if you put solar panels in an area, the rainwater will make the perfluorinated chemicals get into the land, and it makes the land permanently unfarmable because you don't want PFAS in your farmland. Next slide, please. Industrial wind can increase climate chaos because the blades can redistribute warm and cool air. One blade weighs 22,000 pounds and does not biodegrade. This image is of a wind turbine gravesite in Wyoming. I will add a couple of things here. Energy efficiency actually increases overall energy consumption. We need to keep this in mind because people keep saying, oh, this is more efficient. But whenever you manufacture a billion more things that are energy efficient, they all need embodied energy, embodied extractions. Geopolitically, 70% of rare earths are controlled by China. They are mined primarily in Africa and Australia, but they're controlled by China. In terms of solutions, and obviously this is such an extraordinary complex situation, I'm really resistant to coming up with simple solutions, but in the interest of time, I would say we want to prioritize that everyone on Earth has sufficient nutrient-dense food, clean water, and toilets before we expand the internet. One thing, let's require life cycle analysis posted on every product. I don't know how we could get policies like that, but that would be great. And then terms like green, sustainable, zero emitting, carbon neutral, and I heard Howie Hawkins talking about zero waste. These terms need to be defined so that cradle to grave impacts are recognized. The term organic can serve as a model. As I understand, you can only use the term organic if 70% of the product is organic. So we don't want these terms used as marketing tools. And right now that's what they're used for. I'm also interested in professional engineering. If you drive your car over a bridge right now, that means that a professional engineer has evaluated it and certified that it's safe before anyone can drive over it. The same is true for water treatment facilities and electrical infrastructure. I'm wondering if we could get regulations so that professional engineers certify that a project like industrial wind, solar arrays, electric vehicles, broadband, 5G, so that these are truly zero emitting and respecting wildlife habitat and communities' water rights from cradle to grave. I don't know, how we could start with some realistic goals there, but most states have professional engineering statutes, and I don't know if that's an entryway. I could go on, but thank you very much. There's more information available on my websites.
Thank you so much, Katie. I think it's hard for people to hear some of these numbers that are based on scientific fact, but I think it's very, very important for us to engage in this conversation, that we really begin to understand cradle to grave, life cycle analysis, availability, and education to all, I think would help point us in a better direction as far as our efforts and our policy. So as to that, we do have your links in the document that people can, because it's a lot to take in, that they can also do a little research. What other action would you suggest that, obviously Florida Greens and Greens are very interested and really want to do what actually, we're not for the easy talking point, we're for, chemistry and physics realities. So what would you think?
One of my favorite things, and I can send you a link for this. So again, a smartphone has 1,000 substances in it, more than that. And I've wondered if every user researched one of those substances and followed its supply chain, we could get enlightenment. I think it's a great school project so that students could inform each other. So that's one thing. And I have a piece where I've listed about 100 of those substances. I can send that. And then I'm realistic. I don't see that we're gonna slow or stop this, but we can do counterbalances. And so I advocate all the time for building compost in every city, collecting kitchen scraps from restaurants and households. And it's a great skill to compost and then get raised beds for every household. That's a dream I've got. Just to focus on counterbalances that do not require an electronic interface. And I like to say that if every child is prohibited from an electronic device until they have reading, writing, and math mastered on paper, and they know how to compost, and they know how to grow at least 3 kinds of food. That's great. But I'm also realistic. But if people can start thinking in this way, then we can start.
Very good, very good. I actually practice the things that you are mentioning and highly recommend them as well. Thank you so much, Katie Singer, for your presentation. We have a question from Sean Clark. Katie, what is your reaction to, I think he said Michael Moore's film, Planet of the Humans?
Sure.
And this will be the last question.
Okay. I think, yeah, it's enlightening for everyone should see it. I am very grateful. And I can also recommend Bright Green Lies. That's a documentary by Julia Barnes, and the book by Derek Jensen, Lear Keith, and Max Wilbert explains many of the things that Jeff Gibbs and Michael Moore did not cover in Planet of the Humans. Yeah, we need to get informed about this stuff.
And we
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all 4 of our guest speakers who have shared some very important issues with us. They certainly go with the Green Party 10 key values: grassroots democracy, social justice and equal opportunity, ecological wisdom, nonviolence, decentralization, community-based economics, feminism and gender equity, respect for diversity, personal and global responsibility, and future focus and sustainability. Thank you all for sharing. We will continue. We will have a debrief and put out more information. And I believe we have former presidential candidate, Dr. Jill Stein, on next.
Rex, you're going to be here. Gallery view. Welcome, Dr. Stein. We're going to get the live stream going. All right, we are live streaming. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Now, I am very happy to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Jill Stein. Dr. Jill Stein is an organizer, a physician, and an environmentalist, environmental health advocate. As the Green Party presidential candidate in 2016 and 2012, she gave national voice to the green agenda that progressives of all stripes now give lip service to. From emergency Green New Deal to Medicare for all, a student debt bailout, and reparations. She also annoyed the duopoly by promoting a demilitarized foreign policy. Following the election, Jill was targeted by a McCarthyite investigation by the Senate Intelligence Committee for 3 years. Now, in the face of growing political repression, she's working to preserve public matching funds and ballot access to the critical grants and other grassroots candidates to challenge the parties of war and Wall Street in the presidential election. I would very much like to welcome Dr. Jill Stein.
Thank you so much, LeBeau. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Great. Okay, terrific. So first, let me just say it's a real honor to be here, and I'm so inspired listening to everything you're saying and everything you're doing. And I just want to sing your praises. You know, I think the Florida Green Party is exactly on course, doing exactly what we need to do. And I feel like everything I intend to say has already been said. And thank you for leading the charge. So I'm just going to connect some dots here and among things that have already been said, mainly to just affirm that what you're doing is absolutely essential, necessary, and right. And I'm going to give my perspective, you know, as a former presidential candidate, sort of seeing what happens after that. And where we are right now. And as an activist, I by training, I was a medical doctor and practiced for decades, but then moved from clinical medicine into political medicine because it's the mother of all illnesses that we have to fix if we're going to fix everything else that's literally killing us. So I'm just, you know, speaking from my perspective as someone who was tricked into running for office back in the year 2002 and could never break away after that, you know, because it's like once you have seen what's actually going on, you don't back away from it. There's nowhere else to go. You know, this is where we put our feet down and, you know, fight for an America and a world that works for all of us, because if it doesn't work for all of us, it's not going to work for any of us. So at any rate, I really appreciate having a chance to share my perspective on where we go from here as activists and the forces that are arrayed against us because we are such a threat, such a serious threat to an empire that is really teetering at the brink, an empire which is unsustainable economically, socially, in terms of racial justice, in terms of its food and water supply, the climate, you name it. The chickens are coming home to roost on this abusive system that we have. And it is, you know, it is a moment of crisis and it's a moment of incredible opportunity. And what I'm going to try to do right now is share my screen here, if I can. Hang on one second. Let me give this a try.
I just made you a co-host, Jill. You should get it.
Thank you. Okay, great. And here is my PowerPoint. And let me know if you are seeing that. Are you seeing a PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. And are you still seeing me as well, or are we totally on the in the presentation?
Seeing both.
So people in the room can see you. People on the live stream will only see the presentation because of technical issues.
Okay. All right, great. No worries. Wonderful. All right. So I'm going to try to go through this quickly. And I'm just making a note of the time. We're a little past 3:30 and we have a half hour. Is that right? For the presentation?
Correct.
Okay, great. So I'm going to try to run through this so we'll have plenty of time for discussion. And as I say, I'll be recapping a lot of the wisdom that has already been shared in this meeting by the incredibly experienced, enlightened, and inspiring people for being a part of this. So I'm focusing on the crisis of democracy, and it's interesting that Howie and I both saw fit here to spend quite a bit of time talking about the crisis of democracy, because we are really in the target hairs. And democracy is really critical because it's the master switch. As Rose was saying, you know, it's unfortunate that we have to spend so much time on geeky stuff that isn't sort of the daily bread of what we eat and how we breathe and all that. And we have to go back to this kind of infrastructure stuff. But it really is a master switch by which we either address the actual crises or not. So, you know, this is our job, to challenge power and change course, because we really understand that has to be done. We really have no choice. So this slide just kind of summarizes, I think, what we've been saying here today, you know, that we're sort of in this existential moment right now of essentially, you know, existential crisis on virtually all fronts of social, economic, political, racial dimensions of our lives. And you've spoken to them magnificently. We won't take the time to go through them again. But the bottom line is that we are facing unprecedented threats to humanity and to the planet, including social systems, ecosystems, political systems, democracy, you name it. Because of that, we're not going to get out of here alive just by tweaking this around the margins. We really need a system change. And system change requires a vehicle because, you know, as Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. If we're just out there in the street and not actually challenging power as well, we can be written off and dismissed. And, you know, we can go to the halls of power with a great bill and, you know, and lobby for our bill, but the way the system is set up to lobby, you need millions of dollars. That's how lobbying is done. It's not done with values and words and bodies. But when you then start actually challenging power, then everything changes. Then what you say actually matters. And so looking at what's driving this predatory system, it's not coming out of nowhere. It is, in fact, the product of a thing that has many names. We can call it the rapacious oligarchy. We can call it the empire. We can call it capitalism. Some economists are now calling it neo-feudalism, that we've actually moved from a ma and pa capitalist economy to a corporate capitalist economy to a neo-feudal economy, basically reversing the economic and political progress of the past many centuries. You can call it the colonial white supremacist patriarchal project, which is a mouthful, but is one of my personal favorites, the one that Ajamu uses all the time, which is so encompassing. And what I want to do right now is sort of focus on the democracy piece of this, which is one of many systems under assault by this rapacious oligarchy. But it is not just a system, it's also a master switch. And just briefly, some of the ways that democracy is under threat right now, I should say under assault, because it's not just threats, these are actually happening. Money in politics, the repression of political opposition, voter suppression, which you were speaking about here earlier in terms of the bills that are wiping out voters, especially voters of color and low income and students and so on. So voter suppression is what it's all about. And as Howie mentioned, that voter suppression is not limited to racial and ethnic groups. It's also political. The suppression of voter choice. What good does it do you to vote if your candidates have been pre-selected by the empire and by oligarchy for their support of the continuing onslaught? Or shall we say, at least their meek opposition to it, if not their outright support. And I want to mention also lesser evilism as a form of suppression of voter choice. And I want to actually call it what it is, which is voter extortion. The whole lesser evil public relations campaign is a form of voter extortion that uses fear to manipulate voters. And for people who indulge in this, I think it's really important to remind them that there are solutions which are fundamentally small d democratic, that is ranked choice voting and proportional representation. We can eliminate the hysteria and the fears around a spoiler effect by creating a voting system that actually supports democracy instead of the one that we have, which suppresses democracy and suppresses voter choice. Restricted ballot access. So those are just, some of the ways that have been discussed here today, in which democracy is very much under threat. And I'm going to speak particularly about the repression of political opposition, because this is what I found I ran into. The other stuff we're used to, I'm sorry to say, we're not happy about it, but it's garden variety, how the Green Party and other progressive grassroots, non-corporate threats to empire are treated. We're always, restricted from the ballot and subject to voter extortion campaigns and, smothered by money in politics. But we're not accustomed to being personally attacked, vilified, the subject of legal proceedings and huge fines, lawsuits, etc. And this is kind of where my special experience has sort of come in since running for office. Since 2016, I have been sort of facing one form or another, which, in a way can be another rallying point, because it really is, I think it's a badge of honor that we count and that we are actually seen as an active threat to the rapacious oligarchy, that it still is expending time and energy in order to try to vilify us in the court of public opinion or criminalize us, and to basically silence and smear us. So I'm going to come back to that. But first I want to just show a picture of democracy as the master switch. So here are all those, problems kind of abbreviated. Here's some of the many crises that we are facing. Democracy is the master switch. And, when you find that you go to the legislature in Florida with a great bill, to get rid of these holidays that memorialize slaveholders and abusers, you go to them with a great bill and they're, oh, that's great. And you get 8 sponsors and it won't move out of committee. This is not the exception. This is the rule. This is how it works. In fact, there's a well-known study that was done, I think in 2014 by a couple of academics by the name of Gillens and Page. And this was a huge study. It got actually a lot of press because what it showed was that stuff doesn't move. It looked at Congress as opposed to state houses, but it's essentially the same, and we're all familiar with it. Stuff doesn't move just for having public opinion behind it. It moves where there's money behind it, campaign contributions and lobbyists in particular. So that sort of makes the point that democracy doesn't stand alone. It's democracy versus oligarchy, which is why these struggles are very much connected. We sort of have to do them at the same time. And, just reminding us that democracy is a fragile thing and it requires many components. The right to vote, the need for political opposition. If you don't have opposing political parties and they aren't able to get on the ballot and be heard and covered in the media and present in the debates, you don't have a democracy. We need a free press, as opposed to a corporatized press, and so on. So there are many components here, and we're sort of operating with two hands tied behind our back. And just reminding here as a reminder that democracy is under threat because disparities in economic power are off the charts. And I won't take a lot of time because this is very familiar with us, but the numbers are compelling. And if, one of the purposes of writing this down in a chart is so that if it's useful for others, you can have it. And I do intend to ensure that it's fully resourced so that the sources are all there with their links and so on. So if this is useful, let me know. But much of this will be familiar. So the disparities in economic power, I found for myself, I took my eye off the ball for a couple of years because I was fighting the Senate Intelligence Committee for a while. And so I only had occasion to look again at the latest statistics, and it's just mind-boggling how they, you look away for a minute when you bring your eyes back on the chart. It's just, it's continued its absolute acceleration off the cliff. Wealth of the top 0.1% is equal to the wealth of the lower 90% altogether. Pretty staggering figure. It's worse than that now. This was pre-pandemic. 3 billionaires have the wealth of half of the US population. That too was pre-pandemic. And since the pandemic, the billionaires increased their wealth by $1.3 trillion as an additional 8 million people went into poverty. To start with, nearly 1 out of 2 Americans were in or near poverty. 80% are living paycheck to paycheck. Almost 70,000 people die every year from lack of health insurance. That was before COVID. During COVID, 1 out of every 3 deaths were linked to lack of health insurance and healthcare. 10 million are now thought to be at risk from eviction, and all of this is far worse for people of color. In the Boston area, the average net worth for the Caucasian family is almost $250,000. That's in the greater Boston area, while the average net worth of the African-American family is $8. Just like, it's incredibly jaw-dropping, and it speaks volumes about how all of this is awful enough to start with, but then put it into communities of color, and it's no wonder people are in the streets. And we can anticipate that people are going to continue thronging in the streets for all of these reasons, whether you are looking at police violence or economic injustice or climate. I guess, in many ways, what these numbers are all about is that in spite of all the rhetoric, in spite of the squad, in spite of this FDR-like president that we have now, supposedly, things are continuing to inexorably move, shall we say, towards the brink. Empire is teetering at the brink, and that is both a crisis and it is an opportunity. And I especially want to stress that the work we are doing now is laying the groundwork for what comes next. And we can be sure that the audience for this revolt and for this agenda is going to grow. As Howie said earlier, our agenda is already thriving. In fact, I think it's fair to say you can go back to 2012 when our agenda first went up in the presidential campaigns, and then again in 2016, and then again in 2020, the current agenda with the Green New Deal and all the rest began to get a national audience at that point. And the fact that it was so broadly adopted by the Squad, et cetera, by progressive Democrats of all stripes and beyond Democrats, our agenda has essentially won the day, whether you're looking at Medicare for All, which in fact was first promoted by Ralph Nader in the 2000 Green Party campaign, or the other issues from student debt bailout to reparations for slavery, to the Green New Deal, the right to a job, the Economic Bill of Rights. We have been on this for many campaigns now. And in a way, I think it's fair to say we may be losing the battles, but we are winning the war. Fox News had a whole series of polls just before the election that showed essentially our agenda was winning the day across the board. So while we may be in difficult straits right now, it's really important to know that our message is still getting through. And while communications have been thoroughly hijacked and corporatized, people get what's going on. So that's just, to encourage you to keep applying the courage of your convictions and doing your incredible work, because while they would like to pretend that we don't exist, in the words of, I think it's attributed to Gandhi, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. And the fact that they are now attacking us in so many ways, throwing us off the ballot, bringing legal cases against us, really pulling out all the punches right now to try to silence and diminish us, vilify and smear us, really should be taken as a badge of honor. Let me jump ahead. This now is looking at how these disparities in economic power translate to disparities in political power. And we've just, these have been enumerated previously today, and I just alluded to several of them as well. And I want to provide you right now with a couple of little factoids about money in politics that just clarifies how it has really gone off the rails. If you look away for a minute, it gets worse. So elections more than ever are awash in big money. I'm going to do this fast here so we don't run over. The price tag in the 2020 election was $14 billion. That's more than twice as much as it was in 2016. That's another indicator that the system is very much in the stranglehold of oligarchy right now. And all this pretense that the breakaway is going to happen under Joe Biden or under the Democratic Party is a farce. If you look at the funding in the last election, 4.6 billion was coming from big business, labor. This is organized labor, which is not unencumbered itself, and is often very constrained by the Democratic Party. But even at that, labor only had 175 million. So this is a ratio of 26-1. So it's kind of clear. Small donors. We hear a lot about, small donors are now powering our electoral system. They amounted to 22% of those donations in 2020. So that is nonsense. Outside spending is skyrocketing. I think it's now like twice what it was in the last election, 2.6 billion, and much of it is coming through super PACs, dark money, and political parties. And we don't hear very much about political parties as a source of huge and dark money, but they actually are, and HR 1 will actually make it worse. 12 mega donors over the last 10 years, 12 people, in some instances, 12 couples have given $3.4 billion. So you can just imagine the kind of influence that buys. And let me just mention the role of national party committees. This is where the parties are a source of torrents of cash and often unaccountable cash. And they can't actually donate cash, but they can spend money for you. If you are a presidential campaign, they can take on your expenditures almost without limit. Currently, they can spend up to $24 million on a presidential campaign. And as if that wasn't enough, HR 1 would raise that to $100 million that a political party can spend. So it just, it just makes very concrete what it is that we're dealing with and why it is that Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, for example, have so much power, because they control huge torrents of money, which is coming from guess who? Very big donors, because the political party committees can accept up to $100,000 a pop, unlike individual donations, which are limited to $2,700. When you're donating to a national party committee, if you got deep pockets, you can give them a huge amount of money. So this creates this wonderful little triangle between the national parties and their leadership, the candidates, and the billionaires. So this is oligarchy in a nutshell, and why it is so powerful, and it empowers the party bosses. I mentioned how HR 1 raises the ceiling on those donations. And I won't go into detail here, except to just say that what that gives us then are neoliberal policies. And they're not going to come back from that. They will give it lip service in the same way that Joe Biden gave a lot of lip service to during the campaign to, particularly to the $15 wage, to a public option, to a pharmaceutical negotiations plan, which would bring down the cost of pharmaceuticals through Medicare and Medicaid and so on. They're nowhere to be found. So his other plans that are on the table now, you'll hear a lot, oh, he's going to do great stuff on climate, or for the family plan, or the infrastructure program. Forget it. He knows who his masters are, and they very much are. And there is bipartisan consensus on this stuff. I'm not going to go through the details here. The repression of political opposition, I'm just going to summarize. And this is where I've sort of acquired my personal expertise on political opposition and how they try to go after you. And I should say that, Ralph Nader got a big taste of this, not just in the smear campaign that they came after him with, and the false accusation that he spoiled the election, which he certainly did not. It's outrageous. Have that discussion another day if we need to. I think you in Florida probably know that better than anyone else. But Ralph, after that campaign, in his next election, he had at one time 18 lawsuits against him to throw him off the ballot in 18 different states at once. And it turned out that those were being coordinated by the DNC, and illegal campaign contributions were being made by the Democratic Party law firms in order to enable him to be stopped. So they use lawsuits, and that is, it's just something we have to fight, and it comes with the territory, and we need to not be blindsided by it, and to just know that when you make enough noise that they're scared, they will spare no tools to try to stop you. So after the the smear campaigns during the election, and I certainly got them on every count, from supposedly being an anti-vaxxer to having been a backbencher when I was in town meeting here in Lexington, which was not true. I was very busy organizing cities and towns around the state to try to save what was called our surplus land and other things. It was completely manufactured. So, those smear campaigns then became, that the recount was funded by Russians, that I stole the recount money, and that I was a Russian asset, with Hillary Clinton herself making that accusation of both me and Tulsi Gabbard. And you can't sue them for libel, because when you are a presidential candidate, you cannot do that. Or when you are a political candidate, actually, they can do that and get away with it. So then came the McCarthyite investigation by the Senate Intelligence Committee, which went on actually for 3 years and 5 different reports, which just then enabled a whole series of smear campaigns and really tied me up and my team in debunking those accusations in social media and in the legacy media. I am involved now. When that finally wrapped up, after 3 years, 1 week later, I got an email informing me that another federal agency had me in their target hairs. To put it mildly, I'm not at liberty to publicly discuss this case right now because I'm in conciliation on it, but suffice it to say, this is where I've been for the last 9 months. If you've noticed that I disappeared from social media and the usual activist things that I would like to be doing, I have had to fight another case in which our future, the future of our party to access public funding, which we need in order to access the ballot, and which is all part of us having a voice as an independent grassroots political opposition party. So that's kind of what's on trial right now. And because I should say it hasn't quite gone, it's in an administrative proceeding right now. It hasn't gone to court. And fingers crossed that we won't have to go to court. We're actually using the law. We're using the law to argue the case in an administrative process, and we'll see where it goes. But we're arguing that we have a right to public funding. We have a right to access to the ballot, and that this is what we have to expect when we are effectively challenging power. And this would be reinforced by HR 1, as you may know, which also threatens our access to public funding. And I just want to give an email if people are interested, because I can speak about this in private settings. I cannot speak about it in a public setting. But if people are interested and you'd like to hear more and find out about helping in this fight to protect our ballot status and protect our political voice and our access to public funding, you can contact me. Just drop me an email at jillstein1.2016. Did I give the right one there? I'm not sure if I did. Actually, let me ask Kathy, who I think has that email at hand. If you can post it in the chat.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, great.
And for the live stream viewers, that is in fact jillstein1.2016 Once again, jillstein1.2016 And Dr. Stein, before we go to questions and answers, are you accepting donations for legal fees? And is there a place we can go for that outside of your email address?
Yes, exactly. And the best way to do that is to email me, because I have to be very careful not to violate my conciliation agreement, which is that I will not talk publicly about this case while I am in conciliation. So I can't give out website information and so on where you could throw some spare change into the hat if you are able. And yes, I do have a lawyer to pay and all sorts of administrative fees. And this is the one of the ways that they basically hog tie you in order to keep you quiet and keep you out of the line of action. So I'm hoping to get back into the line of action once this case has been settled. So I appreciate any support that people are able to give, and you can just email me and I will let you know how to provide that support. Thank you so much, LeBeau, for asking.
I'm sorry, do you have 5 minutes or so for a Q&A?
I do. I'm good if you guys do, you know, and I'm good with whatever your whatever your time frame is.
All right. So from Sean, we have a question. He's asking if we can expect to see a forthcoming book on your experiences with the Senate Intelligence Committee. And I would go further than that. I'd go back to the black site in Chicago with the handcuffs and all that stuff. Any interest in writing a book about your experiences?
Absolutely, yes. And you know, I'm always conflicted because as an activist, you know, we have so much to do. And you know, that's the struggle, is how do we do all the things we need to do and write a book about it. So I look forward to having the time someday to be able to do that, because I feel like there's a story that needs to be told. Our presidential campaigns are the work of hundreds of dedicated activists, and it was their commitment at a really important time, you know, before the Trump derangement syndrome developed, you know, and we still had a shot at some coverage by media. And, you know, I think that was what was so threatening to them. And so, you know, as a tribute to the people who made this happen, I feel like the whole story needs to be told. So fingers crossed that I get out of, you know, I feel like I'm a political prisoner right now, and there's not very much I can do. I can't go babysit for my granddaughter because I have to be fighting this case pretty much 24/7 for the last 9 months. And that was after Russiagate and the Senate Intelligence Committee for 3 years. So yeah, the fight goes on.
All right, we've got one more comment, but I do want to remind everyone that if you want to reach out to Dr. Stein and find out how you can support her, the email address is jillstein1.2016@gmail.com. Steve Baker has a comment. Steve?
Steve, you're on mute.
It's great to hear, Jill. Thank you for coming and joining us. And you joined us, what was it, 2 years ago? I can't remember. It's just good to have you aboard. And I remember talking to you on the phone. I think it was like in the 2016 campaign when you called me for a donation, and I said, well, what are we going to do about Bernie Sanders? And you said, do you think they're going to let him be the nominee? And the reason why I bring this up is because it plays right into what you were just saying with your presentation, that from my understanding, Bernie Sanders mostly raised his money on individual donations. And if you're raising your money on individual donations, then you are not able to be controlled by the corporate Dem money that comes in on the train in the billions. And that's why they had to get rid of him. And that, my opinion, and that's why they had to get rid of him again in the last election. And people don't realize just how dark it all is, but hey, but we're going to keep trying. And I'm with you, Jill. And if I can help you with the book, let me know.
Thank you, Stephen. You know, I'll just say that from one point of view, it's very dark, but from another point of view, the light is shining in through the tunnel in a very big way, because the empire's days are numbered. It is self-destructing in all kinds of ways. Just look at, for example, how the latest Israeli-U.S. assault on Palestine is playing out right now. You know, it is a whole different ballgame from the way that it's been for decades. So, you know, the empire's days are numbered, and it's really important for us to be laying the groundwork as fast as we can, because people will be joining us. You can count on that.
Dr. Stein, I'd like to thank you once again so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to see you, and let us know anything that we can do to continue to support you and defend you and your work. You have a wonderful afternoon, and if you're ever in the Green Party of Florida, you just let us know.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your very inspirational meeting here today. I've been dropping in on it throughout the day, and it's really wonderful. Keep it up. Thank you.
It's so great to have you with us.
And you can check.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, please, Kathy.
I was just gonna say, I don't know what Jill's time is, but if she stays for a while, she could check the chat also. I think there might be comments there.
Great. Okay, terrific. I'll do that.
All right, we are currently running at about, it looks like 18 minutes behind. I would like to ask Steve Schoen if I can push him one item down the agenda so that we can get our other visiting members going. How do you feel about that?
Do what you got to do.
LeBeau,
Okay.
could you
Yes,
please check your text, please?
got it. Certainly, I will get with you about that in just a moment. Rose, can I give you the floor?
Yes, you can.
You know what item we're on, correct?
Yes, and Jerry will be joining me in here. I'll just get her in a minute. First, let me thank Jill Stein and all of our distinguished speakers today. It's been a genuine pleasure to have so many wonderful people who really are putting the focus on people and planet over profit. So I think what I'm about to discuss is, it does segue into it. And here's how. How does far-right forces, how do they win elections? They're not there for the people. They're not, how do we end up with people like Donald Trump in office? How do we end up with people like Ron DeSantis in office? And what they seize upon are primitive thinking that generally among white people, they focus on race, they focus on gender, they focus on sexuality, and they divide. And it's no different here in Florida, where we have, as I said earlier, a Trump clone as our governor. And so I'm going to just briefly talk about the bill that passed recently, which was to ban transgender children, specifically focusing on trans girls and young women from competing in sports. And this initially came in as SB 2012, and that died in committee. So right-wing Republican Representative Kaylee Tuck snuck it into a bill about charter schools. I'm not going to get into that bill, but I will say that then it left the bill clear to pass when it actually hadn't, hadn't made it past committee, but they were determined. And that's something, and that's a whole other discussion, is that part of how sinister legislation often gets passed is they find a way to sneak it on to something else. One prominent example of that is New York's restrictive signature and ballot requirements that knocked the Green Party off, which snuck onto a COVID relief bill. So this is part of how they play that. So this bill, the Republicans were able to pass it. They called it a compromise. Now I want you to think about the level of reactionariness here. The initial bill had demanded that if a child's gender is in question, they would be subjected to gender checks. I want people to think about that a moment. The right wing wanted to subject children to what can only be described by me as sexually abusive behavior. Now they'll go with a birth certificate, and they call that their compromise. So imagine the level of reactionary thinking that goes into something like this. Even the proponents of these kind of legislations, and we have to realize this is happening all over the nation now. There have been at least 133 bills introduced into state legislatures around the nation. And Florida is one of the places it passed. Keep in mind, this will cost our state money. People will boycott. There's already threats to do so, and they will make good of that. And as a resident of Florida, who's going to be impacted, because we all will, I can hardly blame them for making that choice. This is part of what you have to do in response to these reactionary bills. But we're really dealing with a cultural war and a moral panic that is ascribing, and that the right wing is willing to use children to promote that. And then part of how it impacts us as Greens is then the Democrats don't do this and people will go with they're good. But as we know, they're not that good. It's just that the far right is even more dangerous, part of the reason why we need things like ranked choice voting, but that's an aside. But we need to be standing up as Greens against this kind of repression. Now, I am a cisgender woman. I identify bisexual. I think that probably by today's standards, I would be called a pansexual, but I started with bisexual at 15 and I'm just sticking with it because, you know, it's the word I'm used to. But I didn't know initially that this was my fight. And then a lot of things transpired where I realized it was, that the entirety of the queer community and our allies and co-conspirators had to become part of this struggle. So, but I'm going to give the floor over, just give me a moment while I call somebody from the other room, but to my stepmother, Jerry. Jerry transitioned in her 60s. So Jerry was always trans, but a lot of people can't make that move until later in life, and it takes a lot of bravery to do that. So she just wants to speak briefly about, you know, the need to protect trans rights, and then I'm going to turn it over to our esteemed GPUS co-chair, Margaret Elizabeth, who's one of the bravest people I have ever met, and one of the most eloquent advocates for the rights of trans and gender nonconforming people, and someone I'm just honored to have gotten the opportunity to know better. So give me a moment while I just yell into the room, hey, Jerry, come on in here. And Jerry is also a Green, by the way, as is my mother, Maggie. This is a family that's Green together. You know, the family that's Green together stays together and all that good stuff. Hold on a moment. Jerry? You're on. Okay, it's not that big a house, so they'll be in here in just a moment. And Jerry, got about 5 minutes, and then I'm going to hand it over to Margaret Elizabeth. This is here. Now sit there, and Jerry, you sit here.
Okay.
So that you can be well seen.
Now you
And
already
this
left.
is yes, this is Jerry Eaton. And
All right. Hey, everybody. My name is Jerry. Yeah, I belong to that wonderfully rarefied group known as transgendered people. I'm a trans woman. I'm 73 years old. I'm kind of a blend, you know. Some days I'm more of that, and some days I'm more of this, and that's pretty common, I think, among my cohorts and so on. When it comes to transgender rights, big hot button these days. For me, it's legislatively, it's civil rights, and that's where the work really will be done in that arena. And through that, maybe people's minds will slowly change. My job in life, I just represent. I'm just here. I'm seen. I'm out there. I'm on stage. Sometimes I play and sing a guitar out in open mics with just my normal voice, which would be kind of a high male voice. And someday people will get used to the idea and they won't be so afraid of us, because I think kind of fear, anxieties behind a lot of it. Too much testosterone behind a lot of it, and things of that nature. So that's my opening salvo. So,
Should I turn it over to Margaret Elizabeth?
yeah. Turn it over to Margaret Elizabeth. She looks cute. Okay.
They go by they, them.
Or they look cute.
They are cute.
Okay,
Margaret
that's
Elizabeth,
cool.
take it
That's cool.
away.
Okay, so hi everybody. Thanks for having me here to address the Green Party of Florida. First things before I begin, I just want to make sure that you can hear me okay. It looks like you can, so that's fine. Okay, so two things. I'd like to open with a land acknowledgement. So I live in Seattle, and I would like to acknowledge that we are on the traditional land of the first people of Seattle, the Duwamish people, past and present, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the Duwamish tribe. And I'd like to open with a quote and then give you my presentation. It shouldn't take too long. I'll try to be quick as I go through it, but also not read in a way which is difficult to follow along. If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom and yet deprecate agitation are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. They want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. This struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, or it may be both moral and physical, but it must be a struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. Frederick Douglass. With Pride Month approaching and the somber 5-year anniversary of the Pulse nightclub shooting, it's important for us to understand the intersections of conservatism, religion, and the subjugation of minorities within the broader religious paradigm which exists in our country. This year, over 130 anti-transgender bills have been introduced in more than 25 state legislatures, the vast majority of them banning trans kids, especially girls, from participating in organized sports in school, as well as prohibiting or even criminalizing the delivery of gender-affirming health care. One of these bills was North Dakota's HB 1476, which sought, in its own words, to, quote, prohibit the state from creating or enforcing policies that directly or symbolically respect non-secular, self-asserted sex-based identity narratives or sexual orientation orthodoxy. This long, wordy proposal categorized trans people, transition-related healthcare for minors, same-sex marriage, drag queens, and any other sexual orientation other than hetero as expressions of, quote, a religion called, quote, secular humanism. The logic of HB 1476, however evidently forced, tells us much about how to understand the larger flood of anti-trans bills. Liberals have tended to see these bills as promoting a straightforward form of irrational discrimination towards trans youth that flouts the expert opinion of major medical organizations. More astute critics, meanwhile, have contended that the bills are in a sense not really about trans people at all, but are instead a cruel though somewhat arbitrary effort to raise funds and appeal to the evangelical base of the Republican Party in the run-up to the 2022 midterm elections. In fact, the right-wing proponents of this legislative avalanche have greater ambitions than mere electoral dominance. As HB 1476 shows, this legislative tactic is an attempt to use trans people as a pretext for a broader reformation of civil life and citizenship to advance an authoritarian Christian state policy on sex and gender. From this vantage point, it shares its strongest affinities with anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, and new Jim Crow era anti-Black politics. It's also an example of settler colonial logic, since the state's indigenous population would find its two-spirits cultures and practices disestablished under the law. Trans deniers know that they cannot win this debate, and they know that within our party, we have spent our entire existence institutionally affirming the full humanity of transgender individuals. And this has been unequivocal since its foundation in 2000. We voted again in 2018, overwhelmingly by the National Committee, to approve the following statement as an amendment to our current platform. which is, quote, the Green Party recognizes the full civil rights of sexual and gender minorities. The existing Civil Rights Act prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, age, and disability. We will work to add sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression to the existing Civil Rights Act. And quote, the Green Party will be inclusive of language in local, state, and federal anti-discrimination law that ensures the rights of intersex individuals and prohibits discrimination based on gender identity, characteristics, and expression, as well as on sex, gender, or sexual orientation. We are opposed to non-consenting intersex genital surgery. As you know, HR 5 right now is pending before Congress, which will add all of that to the existing civil rights protections. Colleagues, that's the and I hope that it was concise and not too in the weeds about things, and gives a fairly high view of the sort of religious structure of what's going on here. If you've participated at all in queer politics since the mid-90s in the United States, you'll be familiar with a particular funding group, the American Defense League, which has funded and sponsored all of the same-sex or anti-same-sex lawsuits that happened during the 90s until they lost. They shifted their gears in 2014 to start attacking the transgender community for the same purpose of obviously advancing wedge issues to ensure a Christian religious ethno-state is taken hold. So that's it. That's where we are with that. That's the heart of that matter. Obviously, within our own party, as I mentioned in my presentation, this is a settled issue and has never been a contentious one. It was part of our founding platform and reaffirmed in 2018. We do have an ongoing discussion right now, of course, in our party about this very issue. So that is in some respect why I'm here and speaking to you all now, because some of you are undoubtedly familiar with it. It is a significant challenge for us in terms of social justice and visibility. It's been made public that this is going on, and so it's important for us to have a very positive and constructive approach, which is transparent and concise, which I think we have had so far. We're nearing the end of it all, and I hope that we can resolve this issue within the party shortly and move on to more constructive stuff. To echo a sentiment earlier, this is not what I anticipated my green politics to be about. I live in Washington State. If you're not familiar with some of the things about Washington State, Green Party of Florida, I would very much like your help. There is an orca who's in captivity in Miami. We would very much like that orca to be sent home, to be freed from prison and to be able to rejoin its family here. That's one of the big reasons I got involved in the Green Party of Washington State and active here. Of course, I joined Green Party of the United States as an actual person helping out and doing stuff to help Dr. Stein's campaign. And I ran the Jill Stein for Washington State and Dan Kameen Stash. So that was good times on Facebook. So I'm have a lot of stake in this personally, of course. I'm a non-binary trans femme, and that might be a strange combination of words to say, put all together for some folks, but nevertheless, it is how it is. And so I'm happy to answer any questions and take any thing offline too, if you like, or answer them here. And just once again, thanks for having me here today.
Thank you so much for joining us, Margaret Elizabeth. I greatly appreciate it. Let's open the floor for questions. I do want to say that I have been, to some degree, following what's been going on in National Committee with Georgia. The situation was, I felt, highly embarrassing during the presidential campaign, and I was very heartened to see the statement put out by the steering committee 4 or 5 days ago. And as a spokesperson for the Green Party of Florida, I can tell you that we 100% stand with you on that statement. There's no question as to whether or not we support trans rights or whether or not we oppose the statements made by some members out of Georgia. And we thank you for taking the time to come out and speak with us. Anyone else want to?
Oh, just thank you. I appreciate it.
Please.
Hey, this is Lizzie, and I want to say I echo those sentiments. I so appreciated your restorative justice Zoom. I learned so much about that situation. I put that link in the chat so that any Greens that are not following can, watch that and understand and upholding our 10 key values. So important. So thank you so much for your time coming with our Florida Greens. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Do we have any more? Yes.
Well, I just want to thank Margaret again for being here. I am normally good at getting in touch with people as soon as I know the time they're supposed to be on. I was a scheduler, for God's sake, for Howie Hawkins. If I didn't know how to do that, then Howie would have been in a lot of trouble. But because of personal issues with the stuff going on with my husband, I actually got to Margaret very late with this. And I was like, oh God, I hope they could do it. And Margaret came through, of course, and it's much appreciated.
Yeah,
we do have one question in the chat. It says, do you have a reaction to the recent Supreme Court case interpreting the term sex in Title VII? I don't know that case, but maybe perhaps you know something of it?
I do, but so I think that strangely enough, and this shocks me to say this, and I colleagues, these words are about to come out of my mouth, and I promise you that I'm shocked by them before they even happen. So Neil Gorsuch seems to be coming out pretty strong on trans rights, which is, as I mentioned, a shocking surprise, because like who would have imagined that? So I think so far the Supreme Court has completely made the correct determinations with regards to sex, and specifically how the civil rights amendments apply to gender expression and gender identity.
All right, thank you so much for that. Yes, those are surprising words to hear at any Green Party event. Neil Gorsuch is right. Go ahead.
I was just going to say he's right about. He also restored the treaty lands to the native peoples of Oklahoma. So he's been right about two things. I'm shocked, to be fair, but broken clocks, I guess.
We would like to thank you so much for joining us. It is a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you for all the great work you and the rest of the steering committee are doing, and you have a wonderful evening.
One quick
Please feel free to hang out.
Is
sorry.
there somewhere where people can get in touch with you if they were to have more questions?
Oh yeah, of course. So obviously you could send me an email at margaretelizabeth@gp.org, which goes to our official steering committee emails. You can send me one personally at, I know this might be the same email address, except margaretelizabeth@outlook.com. I like to keep it short and simple to make sure you know who you're talking to. Anyway, so yeah, you can contact me at either one of those. If you're and if you're on the national committee, of course, you can contact me through that. By the way, just as an aside, I had no problems. I did remember, Rose, that you had asked me to come. So I.
Okay, good. Because yes, but I don't like it. I'm very thorough, and I'm having a less than thorough week because most of my energy has gone into screaming at people who keep trying to kill my husband with capitalism.
Fair.
This week has been very devoted to not allowing capitalism to kill my husband. But much appreciated that you were here, and this is who the Green Party is, and this is who we need to be. We have always been. One thing that I just want to raise is that when gay marriage was a controversial issue and it was illegal still, it was a Green mayor in New Paltz, New York, Jason West, who was one of the first people in the nation to just start performing same-sex marriage ceremonies. And he's faced all sorts of legal problems, including threats of arrest for doing this. And I think a judge put an injunction on him doing this, saying that what he was doing was tearing apart the fabric of society. And here we are, and gay marriage is now the law of the land. And guess what? Society's fabric was not torn apart. I mean, it's being torn apart in all sorts of other ways that we've been discussing through this meeting, but people being able to be in loving marriages has not been one of those ways. So we as the Green Party have always been at the forefront of this, and we shall remain at the forefront of queer liberation.
I think so too. I'm really proud of our organization. I'm proud of our history of these things, of our standing really strongly, for our values and our principles, and really not compromising on them. It's easy to do, especially when you're talking about a very small, group of people who is being targeted. If you're in the majority group, it can be easy to turn your back on that and not look at it and be like, well, it's only a few people. So, it's good to keep our eye on the prize in this regard. And, like as you were mentioning, these same tactics or the same arguments were brought up back in the 80s too. If you're old enough to remember, when gay people weren't permitted in locker rooms, right? That was like a whole thing. Lesbians weren't allowed in locker rooms, gay guys weren't allowed in locker rooms, no queer person in the locker rooms. That was the mantra, because of the kids, I guess. Nevertheless, that obviously wasn't an issue, and so it moved on, and so it went. Now we're finding the same argument being recycled again from the same people, the same actors, the same funding, the same source of money, arguing the same things over and over again. And at some point or another, I think that you have to realize it's just what they do, right? Maybe they're evil, I don't know, but they're definitely capitalistic scum and trying to make money off this issue and, use it for fundraising and all the rest. So that we should oppose them on every principled level because of that, let alone the human rights stuff. And, some of you have been in this fight with me for a long time as allies. Some of you have just gotten into the struggle here and just kind of gotten clued into the whole thing. So before I conclude, I just like to tell you that, leave you with a bit of inspiration, if I may. We're the moral arc of the universe spins ever upwards, and we are going to win because we are right and they are stupid.
Right on. Thank you, Margaret.
You're welcome, Rose. Thanks, Georgia. I mean, thanks, Florida, for having me here to talk about Georgia.
Yes,
and,
Florida is much better.
Yeah, Florida is much better.
We're Florida. Yes, I know.
In my head. Oh my God. Okay.
All right.
I'll
Thank
be
you
muting.
so
I'll
much.
listen unless you want me to go.
No, please stay.
Yeah, you're
All right. Next, I'm going to bring to the floor Steve Schoen. Steve Schoen is one of the co-chairs and delegates from the Miami-Dade Green Party, one of the oldest and most esteemed Green parties in the state. They are a cornerstone. They're one of our rocks. Steve is one of the first people I met in the Green Party before I became a member, and his activism has always been an inspiration to me. So he's going to talk to us a little bit about America and Cuba, and I would like to thank him for his time. Steve, you have the floor.
Thank you, LeBeau. I should say that outside my window is a Memorial Day military air show, so I hope that doesn't interfere with this presentation. So as far as I'm concerned, Kathy can start the slideshow that goes along with this. So I should say that one of Miami-Dade Green Party's main engagements is with the U.S. Hands Off Cuba and Venezuela Coalition in South Florida, or HOCV as we like to refer to it. Our activities have included producing a multi-county event hosting the DC Venezuelan Embassy Protectors, Kevin Zeese and Margaret Flowers, and hot on our burner in planning with other groups for the June 6th kickoff in Miami of the Home Run for Julian tour, raising awareness for the defense of Julian Assange, featuring his father and his brother. And promotional material is being prepared as we speak to be sent out ASAP. For the last year, HOCV has been primarily involved in supporting a movement springing out of the Miami Cuban American community, calling for the ending of the 6 days long U.S. blockade of Cuba. HOCV member Pete Seidman wrote a beautifully descriptive article about it, which appears on GPFL's website entitled Bridges of Love, Something big is happening in Miami's Cuban community. Tomorrow morning will be the 11th monthly consecutive caravan to bring attention to the issue. The caravan movement has since spread to some 30 American cities, including Tampa, Florida, and now expanded around the globe, including Russia and Cuba. I would like to read an excerpt from Pete's article just to give you some of the flavor and wrap up with some concluding remarks. I urge everyone to read the article, which has some great pictures selected by Jeff Roby, who unfortunately is not able to be with us here today, but thanks to him for that. So here's the article. On Sunday, February 28th, more than 100 bicycles and cars supporting the Miami caravan against the blockade made its way through the streets of Miami. Plastered with signs and banners, flashers blinking and horns blaring, the caravan demanded an end to the U.S. blockade of Cuba. It was the 8th in the series of caravans held on the last Sunday of each month by a movement that has grown from 11 bicycles last July. Their numbers have been doubling from month to month with an ever more certain voice and greater level of organization. And I should say that the attendance of the cars has plateaued at about 100 cars per caravan now for several months. The central message was again underscored by the initiator of these efforts, Jorge Medina, a YouTube personality who goes by the name El Protestón Cubano, as he told a news conference at the start of this month's caravan, quote, "We are a movement of many different opinions. We don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat, a capitalist or a socialist. What unites us is a love of the Cuban family that drives us to demand an end to the blockade of Cuba, of policies that restrict our right to travel, or send remittances that help our families." Close quote. Medina was originally inspired by Carlos Lasso, a Cuban-American Iraq war veteran, now a teacher, whose bicycle trip from Seattle to Washington, D.C. called for bridges of love to end the embargo of Cuba. Born in Cuba, Lasso crossed the Florida Straits on a raft in 1991. He was rescued 6 miles off the coast of Key West and brought ashore. The Cuba educational travel website reports that he had previously spent a year in prison in Cuba. Later, he joined the National Guard and was deployed to the Iraq War as a combat medic in Fallujah. Afterwards, Lasso was shocked, the website notes, when, quote, fresh off 7 months of life-threatening and soul-crushing service in Iraq, he was stopped from boarding an airplane to Havana to see his family as a result of newly enacted Bush administration laws that limited Cuban Americans to 1 2-week visit to the island every 3 years. No ifs, ands, or buts. War hero, no importa, close quote. Medina, who left Cuba 11 years after Lasso, also did some time in a Cuban prison. On his first return to Cuba in 2012, after 10 years of living in the United States, he went to march with the Ladies in White, which is an opposition movement in Cuba founded in 2003 by wives and other female relatives of jailed dissidents. He met Antonio Rodiles and wanted to experience this opposition. The trip made him discover, however, among other things, that discourse did not represent him, that his voice was different. As with many other Cuban immigrants, the life they found in the US turned out to be different from the myths that motivated them to come here in the first place. They became students in the hard school of Uncle Sam University and graduated as different people. People who not only saw their new country in a different light, but also the homeland they had left. Old mythologies are being torn down by new realities. A U.S. foreign policy born in hatred of Cuba's 1959 revolution and fear that by its example, Yankee domination throughout the Caribbean and Latin America would be challenged, was given legs in the infamous Mallory Memorandum. The State Department document grudgingly and privately acknowledged the popularity of the new Castro government and insisted that the only way this could be overcome was by imposing such great economic suffering on the island that social unrest would be provoked against the regime. However, the crushing of the Bay of Pigs invasion by a popular mobilization of Cuban forces confirmed Mallory's analysis and gave birth to the blockade. For 60 years, Washington has adopted measure after measure to make Cuba safe for America again. And for 60 years, Cuba has resisted. I should also add that you'll see in some of these pictures, these caravans are very celebratory events. There is a rally in the beginning, people dance and party, and then at the end, there's often one as well. That's what you're seeing, these people dancing. But now the bipartisan economic and political warfare of 12 presidencies is encountering unexpected and unwelcome resistance in a place no one would ever have thought to look. The streets of those quintessentially Cuban parts of this city, known as Hialeah and Little Havana. It should not surprise any careful observer that the caravan movement that is growing here was inevitably going to find its voice among newer generations of Cuban immigrants. And when this article was written, the similar protests were happening in New York City, Ottawa, Montreal, Minneapolis, Seattle, and Los Angeles. So here in this last picture, you can see some recent signs that were made that I participated in, the graphic sign painting committee, that are being installed on this truck that will be part of the caravan. The caravan that's going to happen tomorrow morning. And here you're seeing a picture of the demonstrations in Cuba in support of ending the embargo. So that's the end of the excerpt of the article. Again, I urge you to read the full article on GPFL's website. I should add that many Cubans supported Biden for president because he said he'd repeal the 230 additional aggressive measures the Trump administration made against Cuba and return to Obama's normalization policy. Trump's policies were felt as painful and personal blows against the right to travel, to see and help their families by more than 500,000 Cubans in the US. Because Biden has not yet repealed them as he promised is extremely disappointing to them. For more background, I believe you can view a webinar that was held on May 27th, which is associated with the advocates of the Nobel Peace Prize for Cuban Doctors and sponsored by Code Pink. It's entitled, "The Right to Live Without a Blockade, The Impact of US Sanctions on the Cuban Population and Women's Lives," with Cristina Escobar and a stellar line of speakers. And there are links, I think Kathy's putting links in the chat for these various things I'm referring to. In that report presents, quote, calls on the US government to immediately suspend those measures of the blockade that impede the timely acquisition of materials and inputs needed to address the COVID-19 pandemic in Cuba, including for domestic production of vaccines and medical treatments. Nowhere is this more evident than in the 20 million syringe shortage on the island. Code Pink, in collaboration with the Saving Lives campaign, Puentes de Amor, which is Bridges of Love, NEMO, the No Embargo Cuba movement, the People's Forum, and Global Health Partners, is raising funds to purchase syringes and other medical supplies to send to Cuba. If you haven't donated already, please click on the link in the article. If you have, please share the link with your friends, your family, and your social networks. You'll also have an opportunity to sign a petition calling on President Biden to normalize relations and end the blockade on Cuba in advance of the June 23rd UN vote, where the world will once again reject this crime against humanity. The only countries to vote against the resolution have been the US and Israel, and recently Brazil. Sunday, June 20th, has been set for the date of international caravans alerting the world to this annual vote. On the day of Wednesday the 23rd, vigils are planned in anticipation of the vote. In conclusion, the platform of the Green Party of the United States states, quote, "We reject the US government's economic blockade of Cuba. We ask the US Congress to lift the embargo and restore normal diplomatic relations and respect for national sovereignty, and demand the US government end its veto of UN resolutions pertaining to Cuba," close quote. The platform of the Green Party of Florida calls for, quote, "the immediate normalization of diplomatic and trade relations with Cuba, an active promotion of cultural, academic, religious, and commercial exchanges between Florida and Cuba, including sister city relationships and other projects which build friendship and understanding between the people and communities of Florida and Cuba." Florida Greens have an opportunity to act on our platforms by joining the caravan movement. where it exists, as in Tampa and Miami, and where it doesn't yet exist, to help organize caravans to build the movement to pressure President Biden to keep his promises to return to the Obama era of normalization with Cuba. To build bridges of love between Cubans and Americans, President Biden is urged to end the 6 decades long illegal U.S. economic war on the Cuban family by ending the blockade. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Steve. We greatly appreciate it. We will open the floor up for questions. Do we have any questions or comments? All right. I'd like to thank you so much for that, Steve. If you have any links that you think are relevant, please feel free to add those into the chat.
I think Kathy's adding some. She should be adding some links.
If you could add the link to the chat and to the supplemental, it would be very.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Looking back at the agenda, at this time, we had hoped to have a presentation from our board member at large and longtime Green, Jeff Roby, regarding our platform and our upcoming campaigns. Jeff is not in the hospital right now, and
He's
I'm sorry,
actually
he's with
on
us?
the phone. That 644 number is Jeff.
Oh, okay.
You know
Well,
that near
Jeff.
death can't stop Jeff. You know Jeff.
Jeff, let me go ahead and try to unmute you here. So Jeff, I think to unmute, you need to press *6 on the phone. There we go. Jeff, can you hear us?
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, we can. All right,
Okay.
Jeff, you have the floor.
Yeah. I have a few big things to talk about very briefly. 3 things that are all interconnected and challenging. As Rose has mentioned, I've been in the hospital lately. Despite their best efforts, the hospital system hasn't killed me yet. One thing I've learned over the years is that one way to learn things is to be active and participating and generating, in a way, your own energy and action and learning from that. And the other way is to stand perfectly still and watch what you can see as the world flows around you. Well, not that this was my choice, but being in the hospital has given me a splendid opportunity to watch what's going on, to do the latter. So, I'm in the hospital, waiting for this, waiting for that, get in the room, is the nurse coming, all this crap. And I'm just chatting a little with people. And, you know, what comes up is, where are you from? Or what do you do for a living? So I say, well, I'm managing editor of the website for the Green Party of Florida. Oh, that's interesting. And I happen to be writing this article about what's been going on in Ukraine. Did you know that a few weeks ago, this world was very close to World War III? Oh, yeah. NATO's conducting maneuvers in Western Europe. the Ukrainian government is looking to attack the Russian forces in eastern Ukraine. And the government is allied with Nazis. They're not just, they're Nazis because they're mean and nasty, but because they're direct descendants of the Ukrainians and Poles who joined with Nazi Germany during World War II to exterminate the Jews in those countries. And the government is acting like it's in control. We can bully, Russia Federation any way they want to. What does Putin do? He doesn't play tit for tat. Sends 100,000 Russian troops to the Ukrainian border and says, basically, if you mess with the Russian-speaking people of eastern Ukraine, we're going in. And we will mop you up quickly, which is not a fake bluff at all. Biden backs off. The right wing in this country, propaganda, whatever. Biden backs off. The United States can no longer play the game that we can just, escalate, as though the other side can't escalate right back. And so we're in a world with an uneasy peace. Okay. So anyway, I'm having these conversations in pretty much plain English. And it's not like I have nothing better to do than complain about hospital food. And I notice that something has changed in the last year. Well, number one, Biden's in charge. Trump is gone. The right wing is going crazy, whether it's on the surface or below the surface. And Biden is cranking up the anti-Russia, anti-China hysteria. But at the same time, realizes that we can't talk enemies. We have to talk about competitors, such as progress. Very unstable, still potentially frightening, just as this last one was very similar to the Cuban Missile Crisis, except that it was Kennedy versus Khrushchev. They cut a deal. Here, you don't have a united government. You don't have a united NATO. Nazis running loose, and it's unstable, dangerous. These are the times. So the point of all this, in a sense, is that I'm actually able to have these conversations with patients, with nurses, and they're perfectly ordinary conversations. There's not the kind of conversations, well, these people are mainstream, and I'm a leftist, and how do I speak in such a way that doesn't turn them off, or whatever. They're interested. They have questions. They have comments. Real conversations. Now, it could be, of course, that a year ago I was too stupid to know this. But apart from that, something has changed among the American people. That the events of COVID, Trump, world affairs, Palestine, Israel, have ripped apart the status quo, opened up opportunities for political dialogue from the left that 1 year ago did not exist. Because we were in anybody but Trump mode. So I'm able to have these conversations. And one thing I realized is there's an incredible opportunity here. I'm not the most sociable person. Some call me even crabby. But these were easy conversations to have. And the other thing I realized is for all the Green Party's problems and things not happening and things breaking down, the Green Party has not caught up with this change in the American public, in the American mainstream. And anybody but Trump has blown away the American left in a way that it hasn't been blown away since the 1950s. And we got to get up to speed. So let me just say, very bluntly, the Green Party, in terms of international affairs, is weak, inadequate, lazy, in a rut, doesn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. So we're against war. Oh, that's good. We come from a position of moral superiority compared to the rest of the world. But we don't have that luxury or that moral superiority. We got to know more about world affairs than that bombs are bad, war is bad, and we're for peace. We're against intervention. There's bright lights all around Israel, Palestine, defending Venezuela, defending Cuba, but it doesn't go much beyond that. What about Iran? What about China? What about the Russian Federation? What's happening in Europe? This stuff is impacting on us. See, back in the 50s, there was a Red Scare. And what happened was the McCarthyite Red Scare blew away the American left. And I don't just mean it blew away the Communist Party, USA. It blew away the whole thing because everybody on the American left was vulnerable to this kind of red baiting, boxed into a position of my country, right or wrong, at least sometimes, whatever. And it killed it. And it killed it until the civil rights movement and the peace movement in the 1960s. Well, if you listen to Joe Biden's press conferences and speeches and stuff, he talks about COVID. Well, we have to outdo the Chinese in terms of vaccines. The economy, jobs, build back America. Why? Because of Russia and China and Iran. This stuff, we can't hide from this stuff. They are coming after us. Regardless of whether we're red hot commies or lukewarm liberals or whatever. They're coming out with this because the situation is in an absolute crisis that we're just, see, you didn't know this stuff about Ukraine probably. Why? Because the U.S. media is conducting a very deliberate cover up. They don't want you, the American people, to even know that we were on the edge. What were the factors? Who were the players? They don't want the American people involved, right, left, or center. They don't want the Trump people involved because they're going to go China, Russia crazy against Russia and the Democrats. The left, they're going to come after us. They've already come after us. And the good news and the bad news is that it's the Green Party that is left standing. And that's in some ways a tragic situation. But what I've been talking about is we're facing a great opportunity to take a serious message to the American people in a way that no other electoral party can. But to get into the collective works of Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. Responsibility is freaking me out, but it's for real. We got to deal with it. We got to learn some stuff. So I've written a couple articles for the webpage already. Nobody's feet will be held to the fire, parts 1 and 2, that lays out the parameters of the situation in kind of a more general way. And if you haven't read it, read it. If you have read it, read it again so that you can teach it to others. See, part of that responsibility is that we as activists do good stuff, say good stuff, we do our jobs, whatever. As activists, every one of us sitting in this virtual room has to go to a different level to become an organizer. Because the problem is the masses can come flocking to us. Hey, you sound good. What do we do? And if we are not organizers, they come, they see very little, they leave. It means each of us taking a certain responsibility for the totality of the party. Not just, do I do my job, but can I be teaching other people, incorporating them into the Green Party? You don't just do it by having a good message and a lot of key values. Well, they're all good, of course. It means ways of relating to each other, ways of talking to each other, learning to talk politics outside of the parameters of Bernie Sanders. Because what I'll say about Bernie Sanders is he's a scumbag, sellout Democrat, but his message is very, very similar to ours. So you're out there, the world's in crisis, what am I going to do? With the Green Party, I can't even find them. Can't even get the party to answer the phone. Bernie Sanders is there to sell you out. So this responsibility is on us. This opportunity is on us. And that's what we got to take on in the next year. I don't think we're looking at a huge expansion in the party in the coming year. We're still getting our act together. But now we got to get it together. Our committees, our infrastructure, things like, for instance, the Bose database, the upgrade in the website, the fact that we have a core of, I think, very good people. I think the state party is stronger than our affiliates. Well, in some ways that's bad. But once your state party has its shit together, you can build around it. If you don't have that core, you're always mucking through the swamp. So that's where we're at. And I hope we can do something with this. And I thank you for hearing me out. Over.
Jeff, thank you very much for that sober kick in the pants analysis. Timed actually perfectly as we end our first day of presentations and move into the business day. I thank Jeff, especially, and also Robin, in being there to always remind me that it's not enough to have good politics and talk good politics, but that you have to engage in political activity and political organizing. And that's very important. In a second here, I'm going to hand the mic over to Robin to play us out. But first, I'd like to know if there are any announcements that might be of import to this meeting or to this audience. You want to make any announcements? All right. Well, I will make an announcement. I think I'm going to be putting my friend on the spot here, but deeply inspired by one of my heroes, Robin Harris. I have decided to throw my hat in for the state rep office in 2022. The Greens have done a lot to grow over the last couple of years, but one thing that was my personal eternal shame is the fact that we had no candidates on the ballot in 2022 from the Green Party of Florida. And we need to work now to fix that. We've got about a year and a half. And so if Greens want to show how things can be done, I think it's time for us to do it. So I'm going to put that out there and open the floor for a couple minutes here to discuss.
I have to admit, I was a high school cheerleader, so I'm I'm giving cheers to LeBeau, and Florida Greens could not be happier than we are right now with your announcement. Congratulations, we're 100% behind you.
And I have to believe that I will not be the last person announcing this season, but I really do think it's important for those of us who have the wherewithal to do so to set up the example. As any of you who've been to Tallahassee know and heard me say several times, these people are no smarter than we are, they're more capable than we are, and they're definitely no more moral than we are. So it's time for regular working class people to take back their government. I got a question here. Which office? I will be running for state representative. Most likely District 87. I'll know that for sure within a week or two. Okay, so that is our first day. I'm going to hand the floor over to Robin for about 10 minutes to play us out. You're muted.
I did not do that. So, well, yeah, thank you. You are my inspiration as well. You've kind of inspired me to be more than an activist, because when I first joined this party, that's all I was, and LeBeau's very technical and administrative and clerical, so I'm still not 100% that, but it gave me a little bit more balance, so I really appreciate that. And yeah, before I go any further, I want to make sure there wasn't any more like announcements of meetings or anything. So yeah, this first day has been very successful. Had a lot of good conversation with Howie, Margaret Elizabeth, just just a lot of things that we needed to hear and hear again. Thank you, Rose, and Jeff. I mean, man, what you may be a grumpy bear, Jeff, but I mean, you call from your hospital bed. So as soon as I can come to see you, I will, because that's very commendable. And I heard everything that you said. Like LeBeau said, you know, it's a good swift in the pants for the Green Party, because we need to show up. We have to be about it and not just talk about it. I heard Jill talk a lot about, you know, how it seems like the machine is constantly after third party candidates, and they are, but it's okay. We saw a lot. I helped work on a campaign last year. I saw a lot of crap go on from the machine. It was so difficult for candidates to try to run, and the governor did nothing about it. He made no concessions. It was absolute horror, and yeah, it just was horrible. So I had a lot of contemplating since my last run, and I'm like, I will never, never, not because I was green, but just it was very difficult. We know that since we don't take money from corporate foundations or whatever, it's just, you know, it's very tough. So, but thinking about a lot of what Jeff have said even before this call, which is why I'm here on this evening to make an announcement myself. So I'm here to let my Green Party family know that next week I will be filing and making my official announcement and stance for running for state representative for District 46. So,
woohoo!
You know, I'm going to be involved in both these campaigns, right?
oh yeah, we need all the help we can get. So
I have more experience with stuff than I used to.
We're totally behind you, Rob. I'm so excited.
Thank you. Thank you.
100%.
Yeah, I'm going to be learning some more skills from LeBeau. Yeah, both the co-chairs are running. So, and what killed me last time was data. So we're already gearing up for it though. So I have nothing else at this time unless, you know, we all need to get some rest and get ready for tomorrow.
So tomorrow's meeting will begin at, let me double check and make sure I got my numbers right here. 11 a.m. Exactly. Tomorrow will be our day of business. We'll be doing our elections and any kind of business that Greens feel needs to be discussed with the membership. We do have an agenda set, but it could go a little bit shorter or a little bit longer. That's one of the nice things about the virtual meeting is people don't have to drive back from the center of the third largest state to get back to their homes. So I'd like to thank you all for joining us. I'd like to give special thanks to all of our special guests, especially our Green Party luminaries like Margaret Elizabeth, Howie Hawkins, Jill Stein. We'd like to thank Phil Moore and all of our guests so much for joining us. And we will see you all tomorrow.
Thanks, everybody.
Good evening.
Thank you, everyone. Jeff.